The Gall program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 1938 is with us. And who do you think is standing here at the microphone waiting to greet you one and all? Is it Fred Allen?
No.
Is it Ginger Rogers?
No.
Is it Clark Gable?
No.
Is it Jack Benny?
No. I mean, yes. Hello again. This is me talking. Thank you. Well, Don, for a minute there, you had me guessing. And now, folks, before we start the ball rolling, I want to wish you all a happy New Year. And you too, Don, I hope you have health, wealth, and prosperity.
Well, thank you, Jack, and I hope that 1938 will bring you a lot of happiness, too.
I hope so, Don. And incidentally, I'm going to start the new year off with a clean slate and pay up all of my old debts. Here's that quarter I borrowed from you last June when I wanted a cigar. You remember that, Don?
Oh, yes, Jack, yes, thanks. Now, how about that $10 I loaned you yesterday at the racetrack?
Well, that's this year, Don. You'll have to wait until 1939 for that. But don't worry about it, kid.
Well, I'll try it out, too, Jack. And by the way, what kind of a time did you have New Year's Eve? Did you step out and have any fun?
Well, Don, I hate to say this, but I spent the most miserable evening I can ever remember. Oh, it was horrible. And it was all Phil Harris's fault. Is Phil here yet?
Not yet, Jack. What happened?
Well, I didn't have anything special to do New Year's Eve, so Phil called me up and asked me to go out on a blind date. I should have had my head examined.
A blind date, huh?
Yeah, Phil had two girls. His was beautiful, but I wish you could have seen the one he picked for me. She was the homeliest dame I've ever seen. She looked like a smudge pot with rouge. Oh, really, it was awful.
Gee whiz, Jack, was she really that bad?
Bad. That's the only time I ever saw a human Mickey Finn. I tell you, Don, if that girl gets love letters, Dracula writes them. Yes, sir.
Well, who is she, Jack? What's her name?
Dolores Del Schmutz. You know, it was the Dolores that fooled me. But really, Don, I can't describe that face of hers. And I sent her orchids, too.
Oh, gee whiz, didn't that help?
Only the florist. And you know what was so embarrassing, Don? She insisted that we go to the Coconut Grove, of all places. Mary was there and Andy Devine, too. I knew everybody in the room.
What did they do? Did they snub you or anything?
No, but it got pretty annoying when people would slap me on the back and say, ha, 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 hello, Jack. Believe me, I'm cured of blind dates from now on. Oh, hello, Mary. Happy New Year.
Thanks, Jack. Who was that orangutan you were out with the other night?
You see, Don, was I exaggerating?
Mary, Jack was just telling me about that blind date he had on New Year's Eve.
No kidding, Mary. Wasn't that the homeliest girl you've ever seen me out with?
No.
She was, too. You've never seen me with anyone worse than that.
Well, at least her mustache was cute.
It wasn't a mustache. She was drinking cocoa all night.
Cocoa? Say, that's a fine drink to buy a girl on New Year's Eve.
Well, I was trying to make her fall asleep so I could sneak out. You seem to be having a good time, Mary. Who was that fellow you were with?
Oh, a little jockey I met at Santa Anita. He had the best-looking bow legs.
Oh, a little jockey, yeah? Was he a good dancer, Mary?
Yes, but he must have thought I was a horse.
A horse? Why?
Every time the music started, he wanted to dance piggyback.
Oh, that must have been uncomfortable, you know?
Well, I didn't mind that so much, but I got pretty tired of that bit in my mouth.
Oh, well, he didn't mean anything. At least he took you out and bought you a nice dinner.
Yeah, but when he said, let's put on the feed bag, he wasn't fooling.
Well, I can see I wasn't the only one who had trouble, huh?
Hello, fellas. Hiya, Jack, old boy. Happy New Year.
Keep it. The fine thing you pulled on me New Year's Eve, Phil, Dolores.
Are you still beefing about that girl?
I ain't writing poetry about her. What a gal. She only had one tooth.
What are you talking about? She had a lot of teeth.
Oh, yeah? Where were they?
On her charm bracelet.
Well, if her wrist ever smiles, it'll be a big help to her. And listen, Phil, as long as you invited me, why didn't you let me go out with a good-looking girl?
Now, wait a minute. We matched pennies for her, didn't we?
Well...
No kidding, Jack. Did you really match pennies for Phil's girl?
Yes, but even Lincoln was against me that night. And not only that, after sticking me with Dolores, why did you make me pay the check? Huh?
Well, I figured as long as you were stuck that for, you might as well go the whole way.
Yeah. Now on, just leave me out of those little parties you frame. And now that you're here, my little chum, how about playing a number?
I'd be glad to.
Thanks. Yeah.
Say, Jack,
What?
I was just thinking. Dolores would be a nice girl to take to the beach.
Why should I take her to the beach?
You could cover up with sand.
Oh, don't rub it in. Play, Bill. And now, folks...
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Hello.
Happy New Year, Kenny. Hi, okay, you're a little bit late there. You shouldn't start the new year that way.
Well, I got here in time to sing my song, didn't I?
Yes, but suppose we had moved the song up earlier on the program.
Then Phil could sing it.
I know, it's suppose Phil wasn't here.
Then you could sing it.
That's right, I could.
Boy, wouldn't that be awful?
Oh, I don't know. I sang a little bit last week, and it wasn't so bad. There were no complaints.
You did not. Phil and I sang last week, and so did Kenny.
Well,
I was there, and Mary's right. You didn't even open your mouth.
Well,
You had no more to do with that song than Donald Duck.
Well,
What apology?
Now, wait a minute. At my party, when we all did that group song, and the second chorus, I sang a line, and so did Andy Devine.
Which one was Andy?
Oh, well, I'm sorry I brought me up. Anyway, I was talking to Kenny. I started to ask you what kind of a time you had New Year's Eve, Kenny. What did you do?
Well, Phil Harris called me up and wanted me to go out on a blind date with some girl called Dolores. But I wouldn't fall for that.
Oh, I see.
Gosh, I'm not that dumb. Anyway, Phil told me he'd get some other guy.
He did, Kenny, he did. I was the guy that got hooked.
You should have seen her, Kenny. You don't know how lucky you were.
What'd she look like, Jack?
Well, maybe I was too critical. I don't know. She did have a rather nice figure, and the cutest way of fixing her hair was combed down over her face, wasn't it, Mary? Huh?
Yeah, but not far enough.
I guess I was expecting too much. So what did you do, Kenny? Just stay home New Year's Eve?
No, I had a swell time. I went out with my girl and her boyfriend.
Oh, a threesome. You always do that, Kenny. What's the idea?
Well, she's trying to make up her mind which one of us she's in love with.
Well, I can understand that. She wants to be sure before she takes that final step. How do you stand, Kenny?
Oh, I don't think she likes either of us as much as the fellow she's engaged to.
Oh, still another one. Say, you've got quite a few rivals on your hands.
Wait till the fleet comes in.
Mary. Well, Kenny, I hope you're the lucky man. You're a nice kid, and you deserve it. And now, folks...
Happy New Year, everybody! Hiya, Buck!
Happy New Year. Say, Andy, I didn't think you were going to drop up here tonight.
Well, Buck, I've been all around town looking for Paul. He ain't been home since New Year's Eve. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't, Andy. I haven't.
Well, he called Ma up about 2 o'clock this morning and said he was flying to Reno to get a divorce.
A divorce? What did your ma say?
She said it was darn bad weather for flying.
Oh, your pa probably had one drink too many. He doesn't want a divorce.
Well, he better go through with it. Ma just put her wedding ring in the bull's nose.
Oh. Well, how does the bull feel about it?
So he's taking the cow to Niagara Falls.
Well, that's quite a romance your pa started. Some mix-up, huh?
Say, Buck, I meant to tell you, I saw you the other night at the Coconut Grove.
Yes, I saw you too, Andy, but I didn't get a chance to talk to you, you know?
That was a nice gal you were with.
Yeah. Well, what are you laughing at? Well, what's funny about it?
Don't follow me out, you brunger.
Well, it's a long story, and I'm not going all through that. Hey, Kenny, you better sing your song before Andy gets hysterical again.
Okay, Jack.
Sing, Kenny. You know, Andy, I've never seen you around with Miss America. I don't know. That was Rolling Flame, sung by Kenny Baker, a young tenor who was starting out the new year in fine fettle. And now, folks...
Well, Jack, what about all those distinguished guest stars you were going to introduce?
Oh, yes, Janet, I forgot all about them, but I'll get around to it soon.
You better hurry up. One of them walked out.
Let them go. What's the difference?
Sure, what do you care?
Certainly. Why should I worry?
Wait till you look for your overcoat.
Oh. I had my lunch in the inside pocket there. Anyway, before I introduce these stars, I have a big surprise for you fellas. I mean, the members of our cast, so listen carefully. Next Sunday night, we are going to do our broadcast from San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Gee, they didn't know it. Yes, and we're all going up there. We have a lot of friends up north, and we're sure to have a swell time.
Say, Jack, I know a couple of cute babies up there you and I can step out with.
Oh, no, Phil. I'll do all right. I can find my own dates in San Francisco, can't I, Mary?
You couldn't find a date in a fruit salad.
That's so. Well, just for that, don't ask me to take you out any place while we're up there.
If things get that bad, Livingston's slipping.
A fine remark to make. Now, is everything clear, fellas? We'll all be up in San Francisco next Sunday. And now, folks... Oh, darn these interruptions. Answer the phone, Mary.
Hello?
This is Rochester. I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny.
Okay. Jack, it's your butler.
Oh, hello. What is it, Rochester?
What time are we leaving for San Francisco?
Well, we're going to drive up bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll leave about 5 a.m.
If you want me to go, you better make that 7.
Listen, you'll go when I go. And we're going to drive up there in my Maxwell. So put on that chauffeur's uniform I bought you.
You mean those gloves?
Yeah. Say, how are you coming along with the packing?
Fine. I put in your sport coat, your brown suit, and your gray suit.
That's good. Now pack my blue suit, too.
Oh, you don't want that.
I said pack it.
All right, but I'm going to have trouble getting it off your father.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Well, all right, Rochester, I'll see you later. Were there any calls?
Yeah, some girl by the name of Dolores keeps calling up here every 5 minutes. But I don't think it's for you.
Why not?
She keeps asking for lovey-dovey.
That's me. I mean, tell her I'm going out of town, will you? Now, finish packing, and I'll see you later. Goodbye, Rochester.
Toodaloo.
Well, I guess that settles that. Oh, Don, how about our guest stars? Are they still here?
Yeah, but a couple of them are sound asleep.
Well, wake them up, Phil. We'll call on them right after the next number. The Lady is a Tramp from Babes in Arms, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally going to present the guest stars you have been waiting for. Each one has a distinct message for you and you and you.
Say, Buck, I think I better run along. I gotta find Paul.
Oh, stick around, Andy. He'll show up.
Okay, but I'm getting worried.
Don't worry. Now, folks, as you all know, one of the most interesting subjects under discussion in 1937 was the preparation for that famous picture, Gone with the Wind, which up to the present time has not been completely cast. So tonight we have with us the only woman in the city of Los Angeles who has not been tested for the part of Scarlett O'Hara, Miss Goldie Spun. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Spun.
Thanks.
Now, Miss Spun, tell me, are you a native of Los Angeles? I mean, where is your hometown?
You mean where was I burned?
What was that?
I say, you mean where was I burned?
Born? Oh, born. Yes, born. Were you born in Los Angeles?
Nerd.
Oh, then where were you born?
In Pasadena.
Oh, Pasadena, I see. Now tell us, Miss Spun, how does it happen that you were not tested for the part of, how is it you weren't tested for the part of Scarlett O'Hara?
Well, in the first place, I'm a lousy actress.
That I can see, yes. Were there any other reasons why you didn't get that opportunity?
Yes, they didn't like my accent.
I see. Is there any other reason?
Ain't that a nurse?
I think it is. Well, thank you, Miss Sponge. You may go now.
Hey, where's that 5 Bert?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thanks, jerk.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was our first outstanding personality. Mary, is our second guest star ready?
Yours.
That's good. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Buck.
Yes, Andy?
I'm kind of worried. I better go out and look for Paul.
Oh, take it easy, Andy. Where could you look for him? Do you think he might be in the police station?
Not unless they got a floor show.
Oh, well, don't worry. He'll get home. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Are you looking for a distinguished personality tonight?
Why, yes, I am.
Well, if you need a bum, let me know. Goodbye.
Well, I must keep him in mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our big surprise of the evening, a sensational scoop. As you all know, one of the outstanding events of 1937 was that historical flight of those 3 daring Russian aviators who, in one heroic effort, flew nonstop from Russia to California, a distance of 6,200 miles. What a thrilling adventure. What an amazing feat. What a contribution to the advancement of aviation. Am I right, folks? The world will never forget those men. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, since we are unable to have these 3 Russian flyers here in person, we have instead the 3 Krotzmere sisters who will sing Swing is Here to Stay. Sing it, boys.
Swing is here to play. You can't deny it, so choose your partner and dance. And you'll find there's rhythm in romance. Swing is
That's
here
enough,
to
girls.
play.
That's
So
enough.
let's
That's
try
enough.
it.
That's
You
enough,
know
girls.
that
That's
music
plenty.
has
You can go back to
stars.
Russia. That's plenty.
That's
That's enough. That's enough. I just wanted to know that our audience, that we deliver the goods. Thank you, girls. Ah, folks, what a flight. What daring. What courage.
What baloney?
Quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our last and most illustrious guest star of the evening, we have with us a man who on New Year's Eve was thrown out of more nightclubs than anyone in the state of California. Mr. Pardon me, what's your name, sir?
Just call me Playboy Divine.
Divine?
Why, Paul, I've been looking for you. Hello, Andy. Happy New Year.
Well, I'll be good. Play, Phil. We'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from San Francisco, California. And I'd like to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, those 24 Canadian stations that have been added to our network tonight. Happy New Year to you. Are you still with us? Mary, say hello to our 24 new stations.
Hello.
That's enough. Good night.
Hello.
Good night.
The Jello program, coming to you from Western Women's Club in San Francisco, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who has been in San Francisco a whole week and has just found out that the gold rush is over, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I think that was a very thoughtless introduction. I know perfectly well that the gold rush is over. It was in 1849.
Well, Jack, then why did you bring a pick and a shovel up here with you?
Because if history repeats itself, I want to be prepared. But you know, Don, there's still a feeling here in San Francisco of the rugged frontier days. Take the money, for instance. When you get a big bill change, you don't get it back in paper. You get it back in good, solid silver dollars. You know, it makes you feel like you've got something.
Yes, I've noticed that, Jack.
I tell you, Don, my suspenders have been so overworked, I had to take out pants insurance. Say, Don, another thing about this town, have you noticed how friendly and courteous everyone is? So hospitable.
Oh, yes, Jack. I've seldom seen people so polite.
Why, Don, only yesterday when I was out driving, I happened to go through a red light, and a policeman walked up to me and said, "Pull over to the curb, Mr. Wise Guy." Now, in what other city would they say Mr.? And, of course, Don, there's another great thing about San Francisco, and that's the climate. It's so invigorating, you know, it really peps you up.
Well, that's quite true, Jack, but they do have foggy weather here once in a while, don't they?
Well, Don, it isn't exactly foggy weather. I mean, you really wouldn't call it fog.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No. Of course, when you go out for your morning walk, it wouldn't hurt to wear a neon necktie. No, Don, you know, the fog here is like our Los Angeles rain. It's just a vicious rumor. Only last week I had to pump 80 gallons of rumor out of my cellar.
Oh, I know how it is. Jack, I wonder where the rest of our gang is.
Yeah, I hope they know we're broadcasting from the Western Women's Club.
Well, I'm sure Phil Harris does.
Oh, I know Phil does. He tried to get a room here. You know, Phil used to go to school in this town. He has a lot of friends here, but that's no excuse for being late. No, come in.
Mr. Benny, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I want to welcome you to San Francisco.
Well.
Now, if there's anything we can do to make your stay here pleasant, please call on us.
Well, thank you very much. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, keep that Maxwell off our new bridge.
How do you like that? Well, if you want to know something, Don, I already drove my Maxwell on the new bridge, and I got across almost to Oakland.
Well, you did? What happened?
Well, the car broke down, and it took 12 seagulls to pull it in. You know, I drove it up from Los Angeles.
Was that the phone, Jack?
It ain't the Oakland Ferry. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Gladys?
Yes, I'm calling for Phil Harris. He'll be over in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Say, by the way, are you the Gladys I used to know?
I was, but I moved.
Phil certainly goes around with intelligent girls. Oh, hello, Mary. Welcome to San Francisco.
Hello.
Well. You hear that? Huh? Hey, that's a nice hand you got there, Mary. They kind of like you in this town, huh?
Oh, I've got a lot of friends here, Jack. I know so many people.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot, folks. Mary's a local girl. She was born right here in San Francisco, weren't you, Mary?
Well, not right in San Francisco.
Oh, you mean not in the city itself?
That's it.
Oh, well. Where were you born? Was it Berkeley?
No.
Alameda?
No.
Sausalito?
No.
Where?
Seattle.
Well, that's only 2 inches away on a small map. It doesn't. Well, tell me, Mary, have you? Mary, have you been having any fun here? I mean, what have you been doing all week? Huh?
Oh, I've been all over. I went to the zoo and Seal Rocks, and yesterday I went to Chinatown.
Oh, Chinatown. Did you do any shopping?
Did I? I bought some pajamas and a kimono with a dragon on it and some chopped suey.
Mmm.
And oh boy, am I sorry I told the man I was in a hurry.
Why?
He wrapped everything in one bundle.
Gee, chopped suey and a kimono. Gee, the kimono must be all spotted.
No, but the dragon gained 3 pounds.
No, I didn't know they liked chop suey. Yeah.
And oh, Jack.
What?
I must tell you something that happened to me last night. It was awful.
What?
Well, I was sitting in the lobby of my hotel minding my own business.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden, my eye winked at the cutest fella.
Oh.
He was I embarrassed.
Well, don't feel bad about it, Mary. That could be a nervous twitch, you know.
And then to make things worse, I had to go and drop my handkerchief right in front of him.
Oh, well, that was just an accident, that's all.
Yes, but when I said hello, I could have slapped my face.
Oh, I see. So you were flirting with this fellow in the lobby of the hotel, huh?
Yeah. We had more fun all evening. We laughed and talked and had the swellest time.
You did? Where'd you go?
No place. He was the bell captain.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're having a good time here, Mary. I really am.
I certainly am. But, oh, Jack, you know what?
What?
I forgot to write a poem about San Francisco.
Oh, isn't that tragic, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Mary, you go over there in the corner and work on it. Write a poem.
Okay, Jack.
Say, Don, the rest of the gang get here yet?
Well, Kenny just walked in.
Where?
There he is. He's going out again.
Kenny, come back here.
Gosh, was that for me?
Certainly, Kenny. What were you running away for?
Oh, I feel silly broadcasting from a woman's club.
That's nonsense, Kenny. Don's here. I'm here. Do I look silly?
You mean from where I'm standing?
Yes.
Yes.
If that last yes wasn't my echo, you're fired. Well, Kenny, what have you been doing? Seeing the sights like the rest of us?
Oh, I've been getting around.
Ah.
Yesterday I saw the new bridges, and this morning I took a boat and went over to the World's Fair.
You did?
Yeah, and you know, Jack, there's hardly anyone over there. Gosh, they're not doing any business at all. It's terrible.
Kenny, they're still building the World's Fair. It won't be open until 1939.
Oh, then that fan dancer I saw must have been a carpenter.
Well, tell me, Kenny.
Jack, I'm getting on swell with my poem.
That's good. Tell me, Kenny, now that you've seen them, what do you think of those two new bridges?
Oh, they're pretty.
Pretty? Is that the way to describe those engineering masterpieces? Why, those two bridges are the result of men working and slaving and sweating day and night, pouring thousands and thousands of tons of concrete,
Gee.
erecting miles and miles of mighty steel cables, employing mechanical skill that will never be surpassed or even duplicated in the history of civilization.
How do you spell crab meat?
C-R-A-B-M-E-A-T. And you, Kenny Baker, you stand there and say those bridges are pretty. Those mighty triumphs of engineering. Now what do you say?
They're very pretty.
That's fine. I yell myself hoarse and get a very. Oh, well, sing your song, Kenny, and redeem yourself to our San Francisco friends here. Now, wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Oh, you again, huh?
Yeah, Phil Harris will be over in about 10 minutes.
Well, he better. Phil thinks he can go running around to all his girlfriends while the program is on. He's crazy.
How do you spell?
Oh, shut up. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
I'm going to sing When the Organ Played Oh Promise Me.
That sounds all right. That's fine. Now, hold it a minute, Kenny. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is this the Western Women's Club?
Yes, it is.
Well, where are they? Woo!
I must have packed him in my bag. He's got a head like an old shaving brush. Play, boys. See how nice it is here, you see? Yes, sir. Very nice. That was When the Organ Played Oh Promise Me, sung by Kenny Baker. And you see, Kenny, you have nothing to worry about. You weren't a bit nervous.
Well, at first I was going to fly to pieces, but then I said to myself, Kenneth, take hold of yourself. And I did.
Oh, well, it sounded like it, Kenneth. I thought your voice was pretty.
Pretty? Is that the way to describe my voice when it took thousands and thousands of tons of concrete?
Oh, quiet. Concrete, huh?
Jack.
What?
My poem is all finished. I think I've got something here.
Well, Mary, this is one time we'd all like to hear it. Wouldn't you, Don?
Yes, Jack. I think it will be very apropos.
Oh, you do, eh?
Kenny, stop showing off. Go ahead, Mary. Let's hear your poem now.
Okay. San Francisco. Oh, San Francisco, San Francisco. You're the town I can't resist-o. I like your parks and civic center. It's cool in summer, warm in winter.
Winter? That's good.
And your harbor filled with water.
Wait a minute, Mary.
Oh, darn that.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Tell Phil to get right over here to work.
All right, slave driver.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead. Huh?
Where was I?
In the harbor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And your harbor filled with water, and your good old fisherman's wharf, with its lobster and its crab meat. Gee, I cannot get enough.
A North? Boy, that was a torp one, wasn't it, huh? Wasn't it, Horwitz? Huh? Go ahead.
I climbed your hills and cars and cables. I would have walked if I was able.
Able.
And after that, I took a boat and sailed right through your golden ghost.
Goat, that's golden gate. Well, that was a surprise to me, Mary, and I think you did very well considering the time you had to prepare it, you know. And now, folks...
Hello, Jack, old boy. Here I am.
About time. Here I am.
Am I late?
I don't know, Phil. Where are you going? Am I late, huh? Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but we were playing an engagement in Sacramento last night, and we had to drive in.
Well, the boys in your orchestra got here on time.
I know, but I had to stay and sweep up the dance floor.
Now, Phil, that's a lie.
And then to make things worse, on the way in, I had to stop and have my car fixed.
I know, Phil. The mechanic called up 3 times. His name is Gladys. Anyway, you can't put anything over on me. I know where you were, and it's not to your credit to be seen with every girl in town. You don't see me running around.
Well, it's your own fault. I wanted you to go out with me and meet some of these girls, didn't I? I could have gotten you a swell date.
Oh, sure, like the girl you fixed me up with on New Year's Eve. That Dolores Del Schmutz. Boy, was she a mess.
Have you seen her since?
Yes, Phil. Last Wednesday, I had a nightmare. The last time I'll ever go to sleep. And another thing, Phil, why do you always mix pleasure with business? Does Castellanos let his social life interfere with his work? Does Stokowski come in late on account of girls?
You would if you had my little red book.
You and your little red book. I've got a book, too, haven't I, Mary?
Yeah, it came with the telephone.
Yeah, it came with the telephone. Yeah, it came with the telephone. Yeah. Next time you want me to read a poem. All right, Phil, now that you finally got here, you might as well do your stuff. What's it going to be?
We're going to play By Mere Bis Duchesne. Had a little trouble with it.
Yes, you did. Well, Schleckerman had a hard time teaching it to you. I know. The little Norwegian ditty there. Oh, well. Oh, wait a minute, Phil. There's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
What do you want now?
I'm calling for Phil Harris. He says he'll be over in a little while.
Now, wait a minute. Phil Harris is standing here right now.
Then who's this guy?
Aha, you see, Phil, competition. Think that over while you're playing the next number. That was By Mere Bis Duchesne, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Harris. That was swell, Phil. You ought to sing more often.
That's what they tell me.
Oh. Didn't you think Phil did a great job, Don?
Oh, yes, Jack. I thought he handled it with unusual esprit.
What was that?
Well, I say I thought he handled it with unusual esprit.
Oh, yes, quite.
Oh, that means spirit.
Well, why didn't you say so? Esprit. You have to ring in Spanish on me, you know?
Now, esprit is a French word, Jack.
A French word?
Of course.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, so much for our trip to Europe, huh? Now, fellas, not meaning to change the subject, but as long as we're here in San Francisco, come in.
Hello, fellas. Hiya,
Well, Andy, I didn't expect you up here in San Francisco. You told me you couldn't make it.
Well, I didn't think I could, Buck, but Ma and Pa wanted to come, so I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh. What did you do, motor up?
No, we took the night train. Ma slept in the lower berth, and Pa and me shared the upper.
Well, the two of you in an upper berth, you must have had trouble getting undressed.
Undressed? We couldn't even get our hats off.
Oh, that must have been awful.
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too. My goodness.
She sure picked a fine place to have pup.
Gee, that that must have been uncomfortable. Are you going back on the train?
Oh, I don't think so. Pa got in the crap game with the porter and lost her return ticket.
Well, don't worry, Andy. I'll lend you some money.
What are you doing up here?
Tell me, Andy, have you been having any fun looking over the town?
Yeah, I've been all over. Say, Buck, before I leave, I'd like to go to Chinatown and get some of that Chinese hash.
Oh, you mean chop suey, huh? Well, that's a coincidence, Andy, because I was just going to invite the gang down there and treat them to a real dinner. How about it, fellas?
Okay.
Mary, call up and reserve a table. I know a swell place. I've got the address here somewhere. Oh, here's that card. Ling Fu chop suey like Mother used to make. See, my mother never made any. Call him up, Mary.
What's the number?
Just ask for Ling Fu in Chinatown.
Okay. Operator, get me Ling Fu's restaurant in Chinatown. Hold the line, please.
Now, fellas, remember, the whole party's on me. I'm buying.
Here's your party. You better talk, Jack.
Okay. Hello?
Hello. Ling Fu restaurant.
Now, listen. I want to reserve a table for 6. We'll be over in about 15 minutes.
Who is it, please?
This is Jack Benny.
Jack Blenny? Blenny?
No, Benny. The L is silent. Now, look, we want you to fix us up some real Chinese dishes. You know, just give us enough chow mein and chop suey for 6. Mix them up, you know.
Okay.
Now, what can we have for dessert?
Oh, we got nice cookies, kumquat, sing, pao pu.
Well, all right, we'll be over in a few minutes. Now, look, by the way, how much will all this cost, approximately?
The party's off.
Mary, I'm just asking. How much?
$6 $6.
$6 for chop suey? Why, I never heard of that. Now, listen, Ling Fu.
Me black boy.
Oh, well, let me talk to the boss. Ling Fu.
Okay, here yes.
Hello, Ling Fu?
Hello, Slinger.
Why, Slapperman.
Quiet, you're talking to Ling Fu.
Well, tell me, Slap, what are you doing in Chinatown? I mean, how do you happen to be running a restaurant?
Well, I'll tell you, Jackie. I figured like this. Everybody likes chop suey. I look good in a kimono. So what am I waiting for? Time marches up.
Oh, I can just picture you in a kimono. Say, you must look like a real Chinaman, man.
Yeah, but there's only one thing wrong.
What's that?
A pigtail I wouldn't wear. You know me, Jack. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah, went to town. I don't blame you. Now, look, Slap, we're all coming over for chop suey. Now, what else have you got there that's good, you know?
Oh, Jackie boy, have I got a special dish prepared for you. You'll love it.
A special dish, huh? What is it?
Egg foo young with matzo balls.
Say, that sounds tempting. Let's see. What else have you got?
Well, they got some nice gefilte yakimen. And listen, Jack, if you want a real A number 1 delicacy,
Yes?
you must try our Wa Su Ying Lu Tao.
Hey, I've never heard of that. What is it?
Confidentially, it's herring.
Oh, well, look, I smuggle a little of it on my plate.
Look under the right.
Okay. Now, we'll be right over. Wait, I've never seen your place, Schlep. How will I find it?
Oh, you can't miss it, Jack. There's a big sign in the front.
A sign? What does it say?
Cleaning, pressing, and chop suey.
Oh, fine. We'll be right over. Goodbye, Schlep.
Goodbye. Chinatown, my Chinatown. You eat so much you fall right down.
Well, fellas, come on, fellas. Let's go.
Hey, Jack, what about the program?
Oh, it's almost over anyway. Come on, fellas. Say, Ling Fu's got great food, isn't he? Give me some more tea, Don.
Oh, here you are, Jack.
And
lemon or cream?
Lemon, Don. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood.
Here, chop suey tastes good.
Yeah, I like it, too.
Yeah, man.
Ouch! Kenny, look out for those chopsticks.
Oh, look, Jack, I found a sardine under my rice.
Give me that. Good night, folks. Yum, 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 yum.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. So now, ladies and gentlemen, for a little surprise. Jack and Mary are driving back from San Francisco, where we did our last broadcast, so we'll pick them up in the Maxwell en route to Hollywood.
Take it away, Highway 99.
Well, Mary, we sure had a nice time in San Francisco, didn't we?
Yeah. But gee, this is a long drive. We left Thursday, and here it is Sunday.
I know. But remember, it's 500 miles from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Now, this trip used to take 3 months in a covered wagon.
Gee, I'm glad we haven't got a top.
Well, it's Rochester's fault. Hey, Rochester, speed it up.
Let him alone. It's all he can do to hang on to the steering wheel.
Well, if you're so bored with this trip, why didn't you take the train?
You told me it was only a 10-hour drive, and here we are on our 4th day.
Well, I couldn't guess it right to the minute, could I?
To the minute? At the rate we're going, I'll be late for my Christmas shopping.
Well, at least we haven't had any tire trouble. You didn't hear a blowout on the whole trip.
Of course not. Those tires are too old to make a noise. And look at poor Rochester. He's all in just from driving.
He is not. He hasn't complained at all. Hey, Rochester. Rochester. Hey, Rochester.
What's that?
Rochester, wake up.
Put the coffee on, honey.
How dare you fall asleep at the wheel? Now, don't let it happen again.
All right.
That's better.
But it won't hurt to nudge me once in a while.
Gosh, that was a narrow escape. Say, we ought to be getting into Los Angeles pretty soon. Rochester, you sure we're on the right road?
I think so. There's a sign there that says San Diego Zoo.
Zoo? That's San Diego 200. Zoo. Say, at that, we must be in the Los Angeles city limits.
We've been there for 2 days.
That's so. Gee, Mary, you're comical.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it?
I hate to keep bringing this up all the time, but we need gas.
Now, we don't need any gas. Look at that gauge. It registers 12.
That's the speedometer.
Well, wait till we run out. Gas. This car's got an appetite like a blonde.
Pull over, Rochester.
What's the matter?
A man on a bicycle wants to pass us.
Oh, well, let him go if he's in such a rush.
Get off the highway, you road hog.
I'll go button your lip.
Says who?
Says me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
If this argument extends, I'm neutral.
Don't worry. He's just showing off on that bicycle of his. I hope he gets a puncture. Serves him right. Goody.
That's us, boy.
Us? Oh, we've got the flat.
Cars like this are going to bring horses back.
No, don't rub it in. Here's a gas station, Rochester. We better get that flat fixed. We need some gas anyway.
Okay.
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
Fill her up.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I'll handle this. Fill her up. Give me about 2 and, make it 3. Give me 3 gallons of gas.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, squeeze the hose.
Yes, and another thing, Bud, I just had a blowout. Fix the tire, will you?
Okay.
All right, what are you waiting for?
Which one is flat?
Can't you see? Which one is it, Rochester?
Well, if that left front ain't wearing a stick pin, that's it.
Oh, yes, there it is. Fix it, Bud.
Why fix it? Haven't you got a spare?
Yes, but I'm not going to take my geraniums out just for this. Now, check the oil and water. I'm going to the lunchroom next door and get something to eat. Say, Bud, is the food good in there?
No, but you'll like it. The second cup of coffee's free.
Fresh guy.
Let's go, Jack. I want a ham sandwich.
Me too. Can I get you anything, Rochester?
Make mine a chicken sandwich on toast with a fried egg on it, bacon under it, and tuck in some sliced tomatoes.
Oh, a 6-decker, eh? What is this, your birthday?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't care if it is. You'll get a ham sandwich the same as us.
All right, but put a candle on it.
Come on, Mary.
Gee, what a place. Even the cobwebs have cobwebs.
Well, it's good enough for a sandwich, anyway.
Good afternoon.
We'd like 2 ham sandwiches, please.
Boiled, baked, or deviled? I'll have baked.
Give me deviled.
Oh, lamb?
Yeah.
2 hams. One with horns.
Okay, Emmy.
Now, let's see. How's your coffee?
Much better, thanks.
That's good. Oh, here's something I'd like, Mary. Pickled pig feet. Give me an order of pickled pig feet, lady.
Do you want them plain or with fat?
Plain. I don't want fat on them.
Okay. Oh, lamb?
Yeah.
1 pig feet. Hold the galoshes. See, I'm awfully hungry, Jack. I want more than a sandwich. Why don't you try one of our special dinners? All you can eat for 35 cents.
See, all you can eat for 35 cents. How can you make any money on that?
If you taste the food.
Oh, pipe down, lamb. That's my husband. He's a little butcher. Will there be anything else? Yes, I'd like something with my coffee. What kind of pie is that over there? It's either peach, cherry, apple, or layer cake.
Well, don't you know?
No. I'll take a piece anyway. I might hit the jackpot.
Will you hurry those sandwiches, please?
I'll go right in and pick them up.
Thought your husband was making them. What's he doing in the kitchen?
He's got his wooden leg in the stove. We're out of coal.
Oh, you're out of coal.
Out!
Oh, what's the matter, lamb?
We're out of wood, too.
Now, please hurry that up there, lady. We got to get going.
Okay.
Say, Don, I wonder what's keeping Jack. They left San Francisco Thursday.
Yes, he should have been here a long time ago.
Probably had trouble with that gasoline snail he drives.
Well, we've got to keep this program going. Now, let's see. What can we do?
I'm double jointed, if that'll help any.
So, Kitty, you've done your share. Have you any suggestions, Phil?
Sure, how about a crap game?
Oh, no, Phil, nothing doing.
Well, we just can't stand here like a bunch of goofs.
Why not?
Hello, fellas. Here we are.
Yeah, we finally made it.
Well, boys, it was a nice trip, but we're sure glad to be home.
Well, what delayed you, Jack? Did you have any trouble?
No, what was the hurry? We just took our time and stopped whenever we wanted to. Didn't we, Mary?
Yeah, whenever we didn't want it, too.
Well.
Tell him about that bicycle that passed us.
A bicycle?
No kidding, Jack. Did the bicycle really pass you?
Well, what of it? It was a brand new 1938 model.
Boy, was Jack mad.
Well, I wasn't mad when he passed me. What burned me up was when he started doing those figure eights around my car. He was a regular Sony Heine on wheels. Hey, Rochester, did you bring up my bags?
Yes, sir. Here they are, all 5 of them.
Oh, you carried them all up at once. Say, they must be pretty heavy.
No, they ain't. I forgot to pack them.
You forgot to pack them? That's fine. I'm here and my clothes are in San Francisco. Now what'll I do?
I can lend you one of my suits, Jack.
Well, thanks, Kenny, although it might be a little snug on me.
Not after you bend over.
Oh. Well, it'll do till I get my own back. Huh?
Jack, I can let you have a shirt.
Oh, one of your shirts, Don, huh? That's fine. I won't need your suit, Kenny. Now, let's see. What else do I need?
Say, Jack, I can let you have a beret. You look good in that.
That's swell. A tight suit, an oversized shirt, and a beret.
If you need a slip, let me know.
Thanks, Mary. That's sweet of you.
Hey, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Rochester?
If you need any shoes, there's room in mine.
Don't get so clubby, Rochester. Just leave the bags here and run along home.
I want to stay and listen to the program.
You can't stay here. There's a lot of work waiting for you at home.
That's what I mean.
Well, all right, Rochester, you can stay. Just sit down and be quiet.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's get on with the show, fella. What have we got lined up for tonight?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you, there's been a reporter around here looking for you.
A reporter?
Yes, you know, there have been a lot of statements in the papers lately saying that you're going to retire from radio, and he wants to verify it.
Yeah, what's it all about, Jack?
Gee, I don't know. It's news to me. I mean, I might have said that someday when I'm old and gray, I might settle down on a little chicken farm.
What are you waiting for, the chicken?
No, I expect to be working for a long time yet, and on radio, too. Even television.
Yeah, maybe even in Technicolor.
There's an idea. I'll look good in Technicolor, won't I, Mary?
Yeah, if they ever need a blue leading man.
Well, anyway, fellas, I can't quit radio. Now, what would you all do without me?
That's right. If I worked for any other guy, I'd have to learn music.
You sure would, Phil. And another thing, fellas. Supposing something happened and I did retire. There are plenty of other comedians. Fred Allen, Eddie Cantor, Bob Burns, and yes, there's Phil Baker.
And that guy ought to retire, too.
What? Who said that?
I did. Just call me Beagle.
Beagle?
Beagle? Who?
Beagle?
Oh, Jack, that's the invisible man who haunts Phil Baker's program all the time. You know, you hear his voice, but you never know where he is.
Oh, that werewolf. What's he doing over here? Listen, Beetle, did you come over here to haunt me?
How can one ghost haunt another?
Now, wait a minute, Beetle. I'm not a ghost.
Oh, you're not, eh?
No.
Well, you'll do till Halloween comes along.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, where's that voice coming from, anyway?
I don't know. You got me.
Gee, this makes me feel creepy all over.
A good bath will cure that.
That so I bathe as often as you do.
Oh, a fugitive from Saturday night, eh?
It's a fine thing in the middle of a broadcast arguing with a phantom.
Gee, this is spooky. I'm scared.
Me too.
I don't feel so good either.
Well, guess we'll be running along now.
Rochester, you stay right here.
Yeah, stick around.
Don't count on it.
Well, what are you scared of, white boy?
I ain't white.
Oh, wait till you look in a mirror.
All right, Beetle, we got a program to do. Now, what are you bothering me for?
I hate comedians.
Then why pick on Jack?
Yeah. Tell him a thing or two, Mary.
Oxford 7071, kid.
It's a date.
That's fine, Mary, making a date with a ghost, a spook, a phantom.
Yeah, I'll go again.
Rochester, where are you going?
To Phil Baker's, that beetle can't be in two places at one time.
No, I can't, eh? Now, come here, Rochester. Come here.
So long, folks.
Rochester! Rochester! That was Hometown, played by Phil Harrison as Orchard. Phil, I'm glad you picked out such a hot tune. That's just what we needed after that jittery episode with Beetle there.
Are you sure that guy's gone?
Yes, why?
Come on back, man. You know, Jack only had half a band.
Oh, what cowardly musicians. A lot of spineless jellyfish. And now, folks, going from the...
Oh, Jack.
What?
3 of those jellyfish are taking off their coats.
Hey, Phil, discipline your men.
Sit down, boys. You can get them later.
You see, Smarty?
I should worry. I'm through way before they are. Say. And now, folks, going from nothing to the sublime, tonight we will present the... Come in.
Pardon me, are you Jack Benny?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Evans Plummer of Radio Guide. Is there any truth to the report that you are about to retire from radio?
Not that I know of. And who should know better than me? Or is it I?
I is correct.
Well, you can quote I as saying that there must have been some misunderstanding. To tell you the truth, Mr. Plummer, between the radio and the cinema, I expect to be busy for quite a time. Don't I, Miss Livingston?
Rather. Pip, pip.
So you see, Mr. Plummer, it'll be a long, long time before I fold up my microphone and bid radio adieu. Or as the French say, adios.
I see. Well, Mr. Benny, what do you think you will be doing in the future? Let us say 20, 30, or even 40 years from now.
Well, that's rather an interesting question. Would you really like to know what I will be doing 40 years from now?
Yes, I would.
Then listen. Are we ready, boys?
Yeah.
Curtain. Music.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston with Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny. Wheel him in, boys.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Yippee! How are you feeling, Don?
Well, I'm feeling fine, Jack. Fit as a fiddle. How are you?
Eh?
I said, how are you?
It sure is. I hope it stays this way. Yes, sir.
Well, tell me, Jack, how's your rheumatism?
100%. It's up to my ears now. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Eh? I said, what's that?
Read my lips, you old fossil.
I would if you could move the darn thing. Well, Mary, how's your husband?
Eh?
Glad to hear it. Mary, you're looking good. You have your face lifted again?
No, patted lower this time. Couldn't get my hat on.
Eh?
I said I couldn't get my hat on.
Yep, you are putting a lot of fat on. Well, here comes Kenny Baker.
Hello, Jack. Is it time for me to sing yet?
Pretty soon, Kenny.
I hope so. My wife and family are listening in.
Oh, say, I meant to ask you for the last 10 years. How many kids you got now?
5 boys.
5 boys, eh?
Yep. Let Bing Crosby top that.
That's a slicker.
Who said it?
What are you going to sing tonight, Kenny?
By Mayor Mr. Shane.
Is that darn thing still around?
Say, Jack, here comes Phil Harris.
Oh, Baldy, eh? He lost his hair, folks. Still a darn rounder, though.
Hello, Jack, old boy. Glad to see you.
Now, don't you talk to me, Phil Harris, after that New Year's Eve date you fixed up for me back in 38.
What day?
That Dolores Del Schmutz.
Oh, Dolores. Whatever became of her?
You know darn well what became of her. I ain't married to Loretta Young.
Well, if you can break loose tonight, I got a couple of hot numbers.
Oh, no, I don't see how you can keep on running around at your age there, Harris. Every time I see you, you got a girl under each arm.
I need 'em to hold me up.
Well, that's better than doing your nightclubs. Can you still do the Big Apple?
Yep, I can't even eat one.
Say, Jack.
What?
Look who's tottering through the door.
Oh, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Here I am again.
Well, Andy, you're the only one of us whose voice hasn't changed.
It still ain't Schubert's Serenade.
Hey, you look mighty spry for a man 82. You stand so straight and erect.
Gosh, my arteries are so hard I can't bend over.
Tell me, Andy, how's your Ma and Pa?
Not so good, Buck. They were playing tennis yesterday, and Pa got his beard caught in the racket. He's in pretty bad shape.
Why? What happened?
He swung at the ball and broke his neck.
Oh, that's too bad. Your Ma must feel terrible.
Yeah, it broke up the game.
Oh. Well, Andy, now that you're here, how about you and me playing a game of checkers?
Oh, no, you play too rough.
I do it that. Well, let's have another number by the orchestra. Go ahead, Phil, play something.
What do you want me to play?
Don't make no difference. I can't hear it anyway. What are you laughing at, Mary?
The clarinet player's got so many wrinkles he can't find his mouth.
Oh, go ahead, Phil. Wait a minute. Come in. Mr. Benny? Yes? Is it true that you're going to retire from radio? No, I'm not. Then I ain't either. Goodbye. Oh, you're not, eh? I've been waiting to do that for 40 years. Play, Phil. We're with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a special announcement, and that is 2 weeks from tonight, by special permission of Samuel Goldwyn, we are going to present our version of United Artists' outstanding production, Hurricane. This will be the supreme effort of the Benny Gills.
So be sure and listen in, folks, as this will be presented for one night only. Remember, our version of that drama of the South Seas, Hurricane.
Come on, Jack, let's blow.
Oh, good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who doesn't sing like Crosby, who doesn't photograph like Gable, who cannot act like Muniz, yet he's in the movies, Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, you kind of floored me with that introduction. Of course I'm in the movie. I may not sing like Crosby or act like Paul Muni, but I do photograph well, and you know it.
Now, that isn't just what I said, Jack. I merely said that you don't photograph as well as Gable.
Now, wait a minute, Don. That might be a debatable point. After all, it is a matter of opinion. You have your side of it, and the rest of us have mine.
I'm afraid you don't grasp my thought, Jack. Now, I don't mean that you're hideous or anything like that.
Well, that's doggone sweet of you.
What I'm trying to say, Jack, is that Gable is a rugged, muscular, outdoor type of man. You know, he goes in for sports like hunting and fishing.
Well, what do you think I do? I spent the whole morning reading Field and Stream. And for your information, Don, I sleep without pajamas winter and summer.
Go on, you're kidding.
Oh, I am, eh? Say, Phil.
Yes, Jack?
You stayed overnight at my house lots of times. I sleep without pajamas, don't I?
Yeah, but you got sleeves in the blanket.
You should talk the way you dress for bed. You even wear a nightcap.
You need my boudoir beanie?
Yeah. Any man that'll wear a nightcap...
Well, I have to protect my hair.
Oh.
I can't put it in a drawer and go to bed like you do.
Now, that's silly because I never wore a toupee in my life.
What was that on your head in your last picture? Spinach?
Yes.
Well, it sure had a nice wave in it.
Anyway, who started all this talk about my locks and how I photograph and Gable and everything? Huh?
Well, Jack, I read in the paper just yesterday that you're going to start your new picture pretty soon.
Oh, is that how you happen to bring it up there? Well, yes, I am, Don, and I want to tell you, fellas, it's going to be a swell picture right up my alley. They've already sent me a script, and I'm going
Hello,
to...
Jack.
Hello, Mary. They've already sent me a script, and I'm going to...
Hello, Don. How goes it?
Well, hello, Mary.
They've already sent me a script, and I'm going to...
Hiya, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Glad to see you.
They've already... Please, Mary. They've already sent me a script, and you know, fellas, I do feel that this time they've really caught the true Benny.
Well, Jack, I thought your last picture captured your personality very nicely.
Well, John, not completely. It did have the outer me. You know, a surface portrayal. But in this new picture, you're going to see the inner me. You know, deep down inside. Gee, I can hardly wait till it's released.
Me too. I'd like to see what your liver looks like.
Well, that's not what I meant at all.
Well, tell me, Jack, what kind of a part are you going to play? What character?
Well, Don, it's something very human. Something that everybody understands. And still...
Did Kenny get here yet?
No. And still, it has its humor and deep quality. I feel that at last...
That guy never gets here on time.
Mary, I'm talking.
Oh, then I don't blame him.
Anyway, fellas, in this new picture, I play the part of a kleptomaniac.
A kleptomaniac?
Yeah, you know, one of those fellas who imagines he's sick all the time, you know. You know, a fellow that's always taking pills.
Why, that hypochondriac. A kleptomaniac is a thief.
Well, anyway, I play the part of a big word. And I'm a very wealthy man, too.
Well, Jack, what about the love interest? Who's your leading lady?
Oh, she's beautiful, Don. She's that new European star that just came over from Vienna. Her name is Francisca Gall. She's really gorgeous.
Who's your leading man?
Well, they haven't cast the... I am! Who's your leading man? Which reminds me, Mary, just before you came in, Don insinuated that I don't photograph like Gable.
Why, that's silly. You got him beat a mile.
Certainly. And listen, Don.
Say, wait a minute. Do you mean Clark Gable?
Yes.
Oh, then forget it.
Don't worry, I'll do all right romantically. You know, fellas... See, I can't be nervous today. You know, fellas, working with a girl like Francisca Gall, it'll sure be a kick doing those love scenes. Gee, I hope I won't be nervous.
Yeah. Remember that big love scene you had with Gail Patrick in your last picture, Jack?
Well, what about it?
You were so bashful you kept ducking behind her all the time.
Well, I had to. I had my lines written on her back. And believe me, I'll learn my part thoroughly next time.
You know, Jack, I'm awfully sorry you're going to make this new picture. I wish it wasn't ready yet.
Why, Mary?
Well, I've got the most wonderful idea for a love story, and it just fits you to a T.
Oh, it does, eh? Your idea. Well, I don't want to hear it.
Oh, give the kid a chance. What's it all about, Mary?
Well, the scene is a desert island in the South Sea, and Jack is alone on this island with Carol Lombard.
Oh, it's Carol Lombard. Say, that's a swell idea. What happened?
Well, when the picture opens, Carol is seen swimming away from the island, and Jack is shouting to her.
Oh, she leaves me right at the start of the picture.
Yes.
That's a fine story.
Don't complain. I had Garbo there, and she swam away, too.
Oh. Say, the women take to me like a duck to water. Is there more to it?
Yes. Now, here you are all alone on this desert island.
Yes.
And you don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you start carving your initials in a palm tree, which later turns out to be a baboon.
A baboon?
This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
I see. Well, if the baboon swims away, I quit. But at that, there's a situation there. Now, who could play the baboon?
Maybe you could double, Jack.
Quiet. Is there any more to it, Mary?
Oh, sure. Now, here you are, all alone.
I know.
Well, all of a sudden, a bottle is washed up on the shore.
A bottle?
Yes. So you pick it up, pull out the cork, and 50 chorus girls jump out.
Well, it's a little unbelievable, but at least I have company. Then what happens?
They all swim away.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. That's going too far. What's the name of your picture, anyway?
Little Swimming.
Well, that's it. But I'm not interested in it, so let's change the subject. Oh, Phil.
Yeah?
Are your boys ready for the next number?
No, they all swam away.
Oh, they did, eh? Well, make them come back.
Can't do it, pal. They caught up with the chorus girl.
Oh, well, here I go, too. Splash, splash, dunk. I'm swimming now, folks. What was that number, Phil? A tango or a foxtrot?
The Australian crawl.
Oh, we're quite a party tonight, aren't we? Well, now, where were we here?
So here you are, all alone on this desert island.
Mary, I'm not going to be on that desert island because I'm not going to play the part. Get Phil Harris to play it.
Oh, no, I want the girls to swim away.
Oh, I suppose Phil would be right at home on a desert island with 50 girls.
Yeah, man.
Well, you play it then. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. I hope you weren't worrying about me.
Oh, no. Where were you?
I was down in a drugstore eating.
Oh.
Had a malted milk, a chocolate soda, a bacon and tomato sandwich, marshmallow sundae, and a bowl of soup.
My goodness, you ate all of that? You must have been awfully hungry.
No, it wasn't that. I knew I wanted something, but I just couldn't put my finger on it.
Well, you certainly tried.
Gee, I'm uncomfortable.
Well, Kenny, why don't you take some bicarbonate of soda?
Where'll I put it?
Well, I hope you'll be able to sing. Say, Kenny, you should have been here. Mary was telling me the plot of a story she wrote there.
She wrote? Say, I helped write that.
Oh, so you helped Mary with it, huh?
He did not. All he thought of was the island. I put the water around it.
Well, that was brilliant,
Yeah. Say, Jack,
Yeah.
I read in the papers you're going to start your new picture pretty soon. Is that right?
Yes, Kenny, in a few weeks. They're casting the picture now. I play opposite that new European star, Francisca Gall.
Oh, yeah, she's that Pekingese.
Viennese. Pekingese. And she's beautiful, too. You know, she's from Vienna.
Vienna?
Yeah.
Gee, that's a coincidence.
Well, what's the coincidence?
You're from Waukegan.
That's Waukegan with a W. Anyway, Kenny's going to be a pretty swell picture. And Francisca, this girl whom I married, is, say, I just thought of something. Oh, this is awful.
What's the matter, Jack?
I promised to call her up and make a date to read the script over with her. Mary, get Miss Gall on the phone, will you, please? Wait a minute. Here's the number.
Okay.
See,
Operator, get me Hollywood 2734.
well, I'm kind of anxious to see her and start rehearsing, you know. I hope she doesn't think that...
Hello? Miss Gall, please. Yes, Miss Gall from Vienna.
That's Vienna, V. I hope she isn't doing anything tonight, because
Miss Gall? Jack Benny calling. Here you are, Jack.
Thanks. Good evening, Miss Gall. Auf Wiedersehen. Oh, that comes later, I see. Well, what's new? I mean, what's new? Darn you, Mary. Oh, I'm fine, thank you, Miss Gall. How are you? Well, are you enjoying Hollywood?
Can't be that funny.
Quiet. Miss Gall, I just called to find out when you'd like me to come over for rehearsal. Mm-hmm. Well, how about tonight after the broadcast? I said after the broadcast. Oh, yes, I'm on the radio. She just got in town, folks. Well, I could get there by 9:30. Oh, that would be too late? Well, I could hurry over. I could run over.
Why don't you roll over?
Mary. Well, all right, Miss Gall. I'll be there right after the program. Well, goodbye. What's that? Mr. Harris? Oh, do you know Phil? Well, Miss Gall, we wouldn't want any interruptions during the rehearsal, you know. You know the old saying, three's the crowd. Oh, you don't? Well, yes, if you feel... Oh, all right, I'll be glad to bring him along. The more the merrier, I always say. Goodbye. How long have you known her, Phil?
Oh, about a week. I'll be glad to go along.
Yes, do that. All I want to do is rehearse and get out. Surely a matter of business with me.
Well, I had nothing to do with it. She asked for me, and all I wanted to do...
I didn't say you had anything to do with it.
Well, you're not mad, are you?
Of course I'm not mad. Mad? What for?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, go ahead and sing. I've had enough of your back talk.
Oh, gee whiz.
Gee whiz. Well, what are you waiting for? Someday that kid'll drive me nuts. That was Love Walk In from Golden Folly, sung by Kenny Baker, and was very good. And now, folks...
What are you mad at, Jack?
I'm not mad. When I have to rehearse with my leading lady, I don't see why the whole world has to tag along.
Phil's the one that's going. I'm not.
You can bet your Aunt Susie you're not. You got an Aunt Susie.
What are you picking on him for? I'm the guy you're mad at.
I'm not mad at anybody, so let's drop it. And now, folks, if my cast will calm down...
Calm down from where?
Cut out that Dutch comedy, Mary. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, we are going to present a play of newspaper life. A stirring, fast-moving drama of the press entitled Behind the Front Page, or Scoop Benny's Scoop. I will play the part of Scoop Benny, editor-in-chief of the New York Daily Bulletin, a fearless journalist and the sworn enemy of gangland. The rest of my cast will be reporters. The opening scene is the editorial office of the Daily Bulletin, New York City. Curtain. Music.
Good Good morning, Daily Bulletin. Daily Bulletin, just a moment, please. I'll connect you.
Hello? Yeah, this is Scoop. Oh, hello, Callahan. Anything new on the Harrington murders? I'm holding the front page open. What? You know the murderer? Good work, Callahan. How did you find out? Oh, you read it in the Express. Callahan, you're fired. This paper's got the worst bunch of reporters in New York City.
What's the matter, Snoop?
That's true. Callahan found out who murdered Harrington, the banker. He read it in the Express.
Well, who killed Harrington?
Oh, gone, I forgot to ask him. Here's 3 cents. Go out and buy an Express.
It's a nickel now.
Well, let it go. This is a fine how do you do.
Hey, Chief, I got it.
You got what, Harris?
I just found out who killed Harrington, the banker.
Oh, I suppose you read it in the Express.
No, the Oskaloosa Gazette.
Thanks. You're fired.
What, again?
Oskaloosa. How did they beat us to it?
How did they beat us? You didn't even know Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected until you missed Hoover in the newsreels.
Boy, you should talk after that assignment you were on today. I sent you down to the boat to interview Robert Taylor, and what happened? You didn't even get a story.
Well, he didn't know any.
I don't believe it after the way he's been traveling. You're fired, too.
Oh, shut up.
What?
Hey, Scoop! I got it!
Got what, Baker?
I found out who killed Harrington, the banker.
Oh, where did you read it?
In the Woman's Home Companion.
That's ridiculous. It couldn't have been there.
It was, too, right next to a recipe for angel cake.
Well, how do they find the murderer?
You take 2 cups of flour and a white of an egg.
Get out of here! I wonder I'm not a nervous wreck with this staff around. Where's yesterday's paper?
We didn't print one.
We didn't print a paper yesterday. Why not?
Nobody thought of it.
Oh, it's a fine daily paper.
We don't go to press as often as your pants.
You said it. Is there a remote possibility that we publish a paper today?
Yes, here it is.
Now, let's have it. Well, of all things. Miss Stewart, send in our Broadway columnist.
Yes, sir.
And that guy's been getting away with murder. Say, Livy.
Yes, Coop.
I was just thinking. I don't care who confessed to the Harrington murder. The guy behind that killing was none other than Nails Mulligan.
Nails Mulligan?
Yes, and I'm going to print that.
You better lay off, Nails. You've been riding him a lot lately.
Yeah, and I'm going to write him right out of town, the rat. Come in.
Hey, Chief, I got it.
You got what?
The measles. Run for your life.
I wish he'd write. I'd fire him, too. Now get your notebook, Livy. I want to dictate an editorial about Nails Mulligan that'll curl his hair.
You better be careful. Mulligan says he's going to get you one of these days until you're full of lead.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen, Livy. Scoop Benny ain't worrying about fat mugs. Not me.
Hey, Chief!
What is it, Baker?
I was just down to 16th Street and I saw Cooper's department store burned down. Right to the ground.
You did? Where's your story?
I didn't get one.
You didn't get a story at the fire? Why not?
I was toasting marshmallows.
Baker, that's the last straw. You're fired.
Okay, see you tomorrow, Chief.
Darn it, nobody believes me.
Hey, Scoop.
What?
Are you going to run that editorial about Nails Mulligan in tonight's edition?
Yes, I am, and I'd like to see his face when he reads it. The skunk. You can't say skunk, folks.
Well, I'd be on my guard if I were you.
Ah, forget it.
Hey, Chief, here's a package just came for you by special messenger. Looks important.
Let's have it.
Don't open it, Scoop.
Why not?
Maybe it's a bomb.
Sure, it might be from Nails Mulligan.
Yeah, I better not touch it. Let somebody else do it. Where's that guy I hired last week to open packages?
He opened one.
Oh, well, when he comes down, fire him. Oh, wait a minute. You hear anything? Listen.
I do.
It's ticking.
Oh, it is a bomb. I better throw it out. Don't do that. It's valuable evidence. If I can load it with evidence.
Don't do that. It's a little evidence. Maybe you can find Mulligan's fingerprints on it. Hey, Libby.
Yes?
Get Charlie Chan on the phone right away.
What's his phone number?
Who ever heard of Charlie Chan at home? Let's ask the operator to get him.
Okay. Operator, get me Charlie Chan. Hurry, please. What? You don't know where he is, Scoop?
And try Charlie Chan at the opera. I know he was there.
Get me Charlie Chan at the opera. What? He's not there either.
It's still ticking. Quick, try Charlie Chan at the racetrack.
Operator, get me Charlie Chan at the racetrack. What's that? Oh, Scoop.
What?
He wants to know what race he's in.
Never mind. I know. Try Charlie Chan at Monte Carlo. And hurry, the bomb is still ticking. It's getting louder. Hold on, Scoop.
Hey. Operator, get me Charlie Chan at Monte Carlo.
Hurry, Libby, hurry. Oh.
Hello, Charlie. I got Charlie's stamp, Scoop. Here he is.
That's fine. Ask him how I can get off of this chandelier. Play, Phil. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when we will present our version of Samuel Goldwyn's masterpiece, Hurricane. So remember, folks, next week we take you to that romantic island of Manakura, the South Seas, the tropics, the beautiful native girls on the beach.
I bet they swim away.
They will not. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that human dynamo, that bundle of energy who is always bubbling over with pep and vitality, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was an awfully nice send-off you gave me, although you picked the wrong night for it. I was never so tired in my life.
Well, I see, Jack. Then you're not bubbling over as usual.
Bubbling over? Don, tonight I'm not even capable of a small drool. I'm just completely worn out.
Well, you were all right last week, Jack. What happened since then?
It's that new picture I'm going to make, the rehearsing, the test, the costume. And on top of that, I'm having trouble getting the right makeup.
Gee whiz, they ought to know how to make you up by this time.
Well, they ought to, but they don't. You should see my screen test. I got a little dimple in my chin, and it photographs like the Grand Canyon. Not only that, my eyes look like Minneapolis and St. Paul. Gee, I look like I'm working for Rand McNally.
Well, I just can't understand that, Jack.
Neither can I. I've got the same makeup man that Fred McMurray has.
Now, Jack, Fred McMurray is younger and a naturally handsome type.
Well, what do you think I am? You know, Paramount isn't signing any gargoyles to long-term contracts. You know that.
Well, then maybe it is the fault of the makeup man.
I don't know, but you know what burns me up, Don? He dashes into McMurray's dressing room, puts a little powder on his face, and Fred is all set.
Oh.
Then when he comes over to make me up, he takes off his coat, opens his bag, and pulls out a blueprint. I'll admit that I'm not an Adonis, but I have led a good conservative life.
Oh, I'm sure you have, Jack.
Don, you've never seen me carousing around, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, here's what kills me. That guy McMurray goes to the Trocadero one night, the Coconut Grove the next night, then the Clover Club. He stays up night after night, and I show it. Anyway, I'll be glad when I get started on my picture and it's over with.
Who's going to be your leading lady, Jack?
Oh, hello, Mary. I didn't see you. What did you say?
I said, who's going to be your leading lady?
I told you last week it's Francisca Gall, that new Viennese star. You remember I went over to her house to rehearse last Sunday night.
Oh, yes, I remember. She invited Phil Harris, too.
Yes, Curly Locks had to come along. Phil spent the whole evening teaching her how to do the Big Apple, and I sat there like a worm. Every time I make a picture, Phil falls in love with my leading lady.
Why don't you play opposite Rex, the Wonder Horse?
Thanks, Mary. I'd look fine with a horse on my lap. What part would I play, a jockey?
No, a milk wagon.
Oh, quiet. And don't give me any more suggestions. Well, here comes Cupid's little ambassador now.
Hello, Jack, old boy. How's the Waukegan wallflower?
Fine, thank you. How's my kinky-headed leech?
Oh, just dandy. I never felt better in your life.
Well, stay out of my life. You certainly fixed up my rehearsal last Sunday night. I was there to work with Miss Gall, and you stand around distracting her attention.
Well, I was just trying to be sociable.
And then you had to suggest that I go out and buy some ice cream.
What about it?
Well, the least you could have done was eat it when I brought it back.
Go on. I didn't want any ice cream.
Oh, you didn't? Then what did you send me? Oh, I get it. You wanted to be alone with Miss Gall. I see. Gee, I thought there was something fishy about that ice cream.
What flavor was it, Barracuda?
I can't figure out how I could have been so gullible. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. What's eating you?
Termites. I got a wooden head. Kenny, I always thought that you were dumb, but I'm really a sap. For plain ordinary stupidity, I've got you backed off the map.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Now listen, Kenny, I've got a date with a girl. Phil comes along. They want some ice cream, and I go out for it. Top that.
All right. I had a date with a girl. Another fellow came along. Nobody wanted ice cream, and I still went out for it. Top that.
Well.
Guess this. I had a date with a fellow once. His girlfriend came along and hit me in the face with a banana split.
I don't think that's so funny.
Well, I laughed.
Yeah, and the banana split.
Why, Kenny, that's a nifty.
Yeah, I wish I could think of one like that every week.
Well, go ahead and sing before you have a brain storm.
Banana split.
Wasn't that awful, Mary?
Yeah, it's a good thing he can sing.
Yeah. That was Sweet Someone from Love and Hisses, sung by our wit and humorist, Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen... What are you laughing at?
Sliced banana. Banana split.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Kenny. As we announced last Sunday, tonight we are going to present the outstanding achievement of the Benny Gills. Our own dramatic version of Samuel Goldwyn's screen triumph, The Hurricane, or I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. For the benefit of those who haven't seen the picture, the locale of our play is the little island of Manakura in the South Sea, which is just halfway between Tahiti and Bismarck, North Dakota. I will play the part of Governor DeLodge, as mean a man as ever ate a popsicle at a hanging. Mary Livingston will play the part of Germaine, my wife.
I will not.
You will, too. Now, Don Wilson will be the captain, and Phil Harris will be the doctor.
Why can't I be Phil's wife?
Because he hasn't got a wife. Now, Kenny will
Then why can't I be Don's wife?
Look, Don hasn't got a wife either. He's just got a boat.
Well, why can't I be Don's boat?
Mary, you're going to be my wife. If it'll make you any happier, I'll put a sail on you. Now, Kenny Baker will be one of the natives, tall, dark, and barefooted.
Barefooted? Won't I catch cold?
You won't catch cold. You're in the South Sea.
Oh, then I'll drown.
Look, Kenny, you're on an island. How can you drown on an island?
Don't worry, I'll find a way.
I hope so. Anyway, you're a native, and that settles it. Now, in our version of this play...
a native yet.
Now, in our version of this play, we will endeavor to give you a vivid portrayal of how it feels to be hit on the head with a hurricane. Now, this play will go on... pardon me, folks. Hello?
Hiya, Buck!
Well, Andy! Hey, we expected you up here tonight. I thought you were going to be in our play.
I was going to, but Ma saw the picture and thought I was too delicate for it.
Oh, does she know we're going to do Hurricane tonight?
I think so, Buck. She put the radio down in the cyclone cellar.
Well, I'm sorry you're not going to be with us tonight, Andy. I had a swell part for you.
You did?
Yes, sir. You were going to be one of the natives, and there's a real hula dancer in love with you.
Is she pretty?
Andy, she's gorgeous.
Well, wait a minute. What's that, Pa?
What? What are you laughing at, Andy?
Pa wants to know if she's got a friend.
Oh, is your pa home?
Yeah, he's here hopping around on a broom.
What's he doing, sweeping the floor?
No, he's been drinking again and he thinks he's Mother Goose.
Well, Andy, I'm sorry you're not coming over, but be sure and listen in, huh?
I sure will. So long, Buck.
So long. Well, it's too bad Andy can't be with us. Is everything all set, fellas?
Yep, let's go.
Okay, so now, folks, while Phil is playing the next number, we will get on an imaginary boat and sail away to the South Sea. Hit it, Phil. That was Snake Charmer, played by Phil Harris, a snake if there ever was one, and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, The Hurricane. As the scene opens, we learn that Governor DeLodge has sentenced Parangi, a young native, to 20 years imprisonment in Tahiti, much against the wishes of his friends and the populace of the island. The locale is the island of Manakura, the residence of Governor DeLodge. And as the curtain rises, we hear in the distance the chant of one of the natives.
Ah, how happy and carefree the natives are on this island. How peaceful is this paradise, lost in the middle of a vast ocean.
Yes, Captain, you're right, but there's only one thing wrong.
I know what you mean, Doctor. We're governed by the meanest, cruelest tyrant in all the South Seas. Governor Delage.
That's me, folks.
He's hard, he's stubborn, he's merciless.
Yes, he's just a tropical meanie.
You're right, Doctor.
I wish he'd get sick so I could give him the wrong medicine.
To him, the law is everything. Nothing else matters.
Here comes the governor now. Look unhappy.
Good evening, Governor.
Good evening, Governor. Grr.
That settles that.
Governor, we're here to see you about...
Silence, gentlemen. You came here again to ask me to pardon that native boy Tarangi. You're wasting your breath. I sent him to prison in Tahiti, 600 miles away, and there he must stay.
But, Your Excellency, it was such a trivial offense.
Ah!
The captain is right. Why such a severe penalty?
Because it's the law! Dr. Harris, you and I have been friends for a good many years. And when you ask me to change my principles, forego my belief in justice, you're a-going too far.
But, Governor, that boy Tarangi is the most popular native on the island.
He sure is, Govey.
Govey?
Why, the girls here would rather have a smile from him than a kiss from Robert Taylor.
How do you know?
I've been having trouble, too.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I refuse to pardon Tarangi, and that's final.
But why, Govey?
Yes, why?
Because it's the law! What is that?
Major Bowles. He just arrived with the unit.
Oh, he sure gets around. Well, gentlemen, I hope I've made myself clear. Tarangi stays in jail.
But what crime did he commit to warrant 20 years in prison? 20 years of hard labor.
What crime? He stole a coconut.
Why, Governor, there are thousands and thousands of coconuts on this island.
But this one had milk in it. And grade A, too.
But, Your Excellency, all coconuts have milk in them.
That's immaterial, irrelevant, and news to me. Anyway, Tarangi was found guilty of the crime, and he must serve his sentence.
But why such a severe one?
Because it's the... Wait for me! Anyway, I'm boss around here. Come in.
Hello.
Ah, my good wife.
Ah, my no-good husband.
What have you got in that basket, darling?
Coconut.
Coconut? Where did you get them?
Don't worry, I bought them.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
But I stole the money out of your pants.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen.
Good evening, Madame Delage.
Good evening, Captain Wilson.
Good evening, Madame Delage.
Hello, Toots.
Germaine, remember, you are addressing a physician, Dr. Harris.
A fine doctor. Yesterday he tried to take my temperature with a clarinet.
A clarinet?
Yeah, he said I had a bad case of Benny Goodman.
Is that your diagnosis, Dr. Harris?
Yeah, ma'am.
Well, gentlemen, I believe our business is finished.
Madame Delage, we've been trying to persuade the governor to pardon Tarangi. After all, it was such a minor offense.
Sure, why don't you let him go?
Germaine, crime is crime. When a man steals, he goes to jail. Unless it's second base. Tarangi must be punished.
But, dear, why 20 years in prison?
Because it's delightful.
It's delicious.
It's lovely.
It's the law. And I don't want to hear another word about it. What's that?
It's the natives. They're all worked up about Tarangi. They're in a bad mood, Your Excellency.
Yes, I warn you, they're going to make trouble.
Oh, so they're after me, eh? Bah, I'm not afraid.
Look, one of them's coming this way.
Yes, it's Tarangi's brother.
All right, throw him in. Oh, so it's you, Penny Lua. What do you want this time?
Anna, Pupi, Kapua, Boka, Tarangi.
Tarangi, Yuki, Zubalua.
Zubalua, Konakika, Karango.
Watch your language, son. There's a lady present.
Oh, I'm broad-minded.
Germaine, go to your room.
Oh, Kokakua Maluka.
Germaine, do you know what you're saying?
No, and neither do you.
Now listen to me, Kenny Lua.
Hola, you got Tarangi.
Tarangi Papula Kapua Mola Poopi Tila. And that's Cuba Gula.
Oh, go sit on a Takalua.
A fine native.
You better be careful, Gubby. They're not going to take it on the chin forever.
As long as I'm governor of these islands, the law will be upheld. I've made up my mind about Tarangi. Nothing can swerve. Nothing can move me.
Wait till that hurricane comes along.
Hurricane, bah. We haven't had a hurricane here in 20 years. It doesn't worry me.
Then why they got you to say tacked on?
Because it's the law! Cut it out. Well, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me now, I'll retire. I've had a very busy day. Will I be seeing you tomorrow, Captain Wilson?
No, I think not, Governor. I'm sailing with the tide.
Well, good luck, all.
Goodbye, all.
Seems to be something very peculiar in the air tonight. An eerie feeling. Have you noticed it, Doctor?
Yes, and I don't like it. I remember 20 years ago when this same peculiar wind...
Ah, quiet. What's that again?
The natives. They're sending a message of warning. They know when there's a hurricane brewing.
Ah.
And look at the birds heading south. They're flying away.
Well, let them fly.
Yeah, we'll show them something in a few minutes.
Why? You two make me sick. I'm going to bed.
Gee, I'm scared.
Why, it's nothing but a little wind. We've had wind before. Good night, darling. I'll see you in the morning.
Look for me over Pomona.
A little breeze isn't going to scare me. Fasten those shutters.
What shutters? Those are my ears.
Well, fasten them.
Okay, throw me a bobby pin.
Governor, Your Excellency, Tarangi has escaped from prison.
Tarangi escaped?
Yes, and he's right here on this island.
Well, I'm going to get him, and he's got to go back. I'm going out to find Tarangi, and when I do... Answer the phone, Germaine.
Hello? Yes? Governor Tarangi.
Tarangi? Give me that phone. Hello, Tarangi.
Hello, stranger.
Oh, it is you. When did you escape from prison?
Ukapula Vini Vini Tuta Bella Bella yesterday.
Yesterday? How did you get out of jail?
I pardoned myself with a hacksaw. Oh, am I exhausted? I swam all the way.
You swam 600 miles from Tahiti to Manacora in one day? How could you do that?
A shark was pushing me.
A shark, eh? What happened?
What could happen? He swallowed me.
Why, that's ridiculous. Where's the shark?
Where do you think I'm calling from? A phone booth?
That's a lie, Tarangi. You're hiding. You're not inside of a shark.
I am, too.
I don't believe it.
Wait till you see me in Ripley's column.
You can't fool me, Tarangi. You're not in the water. You're someplace on this island, and I'm going to track you down.
All right, but if you better get the goldfish for bloodhounds. Goodbye.
Tarangi! Tarangi! I'm going to put him back in that cell if it's the last thing I do. Captain Wilson, get the iron.
Okay. You'd better wait until the storm blows over, Gov. We'll need every man on the island.
This is a fine time for a wind.
Look, Your Excellency, the natives are taking to their boats.
Let them go, the fools. They won't find it any safer out there. Come on, let's go.
Not in this storm. Listen to that wind.
What's that?
Mother Nature's gargling.
Germaine, this is no time for levity. Captain Wilson! Prepare your boat for immediate sailing.
Aye, aye, Governor.
But look, the boat is gone.
The boat's gone. Where is it?
That ain't the Tide Clipper flying over us.
Germaine, stay close to me. Captain Wilson, where is he?
He just went into a tailspin.
Well, I might as well blow, too. So long.
I'll let them all blow. I'm going to bed.
You better hurry. It just went out of the window.
Oh, this is a hurricane. Germaine, where are you?
On the roof, wherever that is.
storm is subsiding. Everything is swept away, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Not a bird, not a flower, not a tree left on this island. Nay, not even a coconut. Out. Well, just one, anyway. Ah, my poor little wife. Where is she? Germaine. At last she's gone too. Good heavens, what a storm. What a wind. Come in.
Governor Dolores?
Yes?
Would you like to buy an electric fan?
Get out! How did he get on this island?
And we're with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
A telegram just came for you.
Oh.
It's from Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram.
As if I didn't know. What does it say, Mary?
It says, Dear Jack, in the 7th Annual National Radio Editors Poll conducted by the World Telegram, you were chosen the most popular comedian on the air. This makes the 5th consecutive year that you have won this honor.
Well.
Wait a minute, that isn't all. It also says John Wilson was picked as the most popular announcer, and Kenny Baker was second among all male popular singers.
Well, Alton, I just want to say that all of us on the Jell-O program are deeply grateful and highly honored. We want to thank you, all the editors, and our listeners.
Come on, Jack, here's your hat.
It doesn't fit now. Good night.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you...
Hold it, Don. Jack isn't here yet.
Not here yet? Well, are you sure, Phil?
I didn't see him. Did you, Mary?
No, have you looked under everything?
Yeah?
Well, that's strange. I wonder where Jack can be.
He was here last Sunday, if that'll help.
Maybe he met somebody on the way over and they stopped off to eat.
Now, it wouldn't take him that long, would it?
It would if the other guy didn't pick up the check.
I think you better call up his house.
Yeah.
Number, please.
Operator, get me Hollywood 3981 and hurry up, hurry.
Oh, keep your shirt on.
Hello, Mr. Benny's resident.
Hey, Rochester, is Mr. Benny there?
Yes, sir, but he's still in bed.
Fed, well, now, you go and wake him up and tell him the program started.
Is he on it today?
Why, of course he is. Now, you better get right down here.
Okay, but I hate to wake him up just for that. Doggone, why don't they let that man rest? He sure looks happy there. He must be dreaming about a blonde.
It's a brunette.
Hey, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny.
Hello again. Oh, good morning, Rochester. Good morning.
Morning, man. Morning came and went and almost is again.
My goodness, is it as late as that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Wilson just called up and said...
Wilson? Hey, I've got a program to do. Rochester, this is a fine thing. I told you to call me at 12 o'clock.
I was out playing polo then.
Well, put down your mallet and help me get dressed. I got to rush over to the studio. Get me my underwear.
Here you are. Ain't you going to take a bath?
I haven't time for a bath. Anyway, I can miss one day.
Okay, but I better dust you off.
Now, never mind that. Give me my socks. You know, the gray ones without the holes. And give me a shirt, too.
You want a clean one, or are you going to wear a muffler?
Well, of course I want a clean one. Gosh, how could I oversleep 8 hours? If you ever let me do that again, Rochester, you won't get that raise I promised you.
There goes nothing.
Is that so? Look, I'll answer the door. Get me my shoes. They're under the bed. All right, I'm coming. Yes, sir, what is it?
Pardon me, I have a package here for Mr. Homer Truffle.
Homer Truffle? I'm sorry, but you got the wrong place.
Sign right here, Mr. Truffle.
Look, I'm in a hurry. I'm not Homer Truffle. I don't even know Homer Truffle.
Well, you should. He's an awfully nice fellow. Goodbye.
Everything happens when I'm in a rush. Hey, Rochester, where's my necktie?
Ain't you going to shave? Your whiskers are kind of long.
I haven't got time for that. I'll just put a little powder on.
That ain't going to fool nobody.
Now, mind your own business. Give me my hat and coat. I'll answer the phone. Hello?
Hello, Jack. What's keeping you?
Oh, it's you, Mary. I'll be over in a few minutes. Keep the program going.
All right. But, oh, Jack, I must tell you, the funniest thing happened a few minutes ago.
Well, what is it, Mary?
Well, Phil Harris was showing Don Wilson how to play a new card game.
Yes.
And now Don is the orchestra leader.
Oh. Are you all playing the game?
I'll say. Kenny just won my new hat. You know, the one with the red feathers on it.
He did. Is he wearing it?
Yeah, I think he's an Indian.
Me, hip, big teeth.
Fine Indian. I'll scalp him when I get to the studio.
I wish you would. I want my hat back.
Well, hang up, Mary. I gotta finish dressing. I'll be right over.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. I knew something would happen if I wasn't there. Hey, Rochester! Rochester!
Right here, boss. Here's your hat and coat.
Okay. Where's my wristwatch?
Your what?
My wristwatch. Where is it?
Oh, you don't want that.
I do, too. Rochester, where is my wristwatch?
You mean that no good little thing that never keeps time?
Rochester, where is my wristwatch?
You could have lost it, you know.
Rochester, where is my wristwatch?
Okay, here's the ticket.
I thought so. Why, Rochester?
You're the third degreest man I ever worked for.
Never mind that. You pawned my watch. How much did you get on it?
$8?
$8? Yeah, I could never get over $5.
Next time I'll go with you.
Yeah, next time wait for the laugh, too. Well, I'll take this up with you later. So long.
Goodbye, boy.
The fine butler I've got after all I've done. Oh, taxi, NBC studio, quick.
Hey, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny.
I'm in a hurry, Rochester. What is it?
Ain't you going to wear no pants?
Pants? Well, of all the... Wait a minute, driver. I'll be right out. Gee, I hope the neighbors weren't looking.
That was Let That Be a Lesson to You from Hollywood Hotel, played by Don Wilson and his Jolly Jello Jorkets. And, Don, I couldn't have done worse myself.
Well, I don't know about that, Phil. At least the boys in the orchestra followed me, didn't they, Mary?
Yeah, I wish you'd have gone home.
Hey, that's a pip. Look, I'm an Indian.
Quiet, Song and the Puss.
Hello, fellas. Gee, I'm sorry I'm late. You know, this is the first time I've overslept that much. Imagine, 18 hours.
The Sandman must have slugged you.
And say, Mary, the most awful thing happened to me. I was in such a hurry, I rushed out of the house without my pants. And I had to go back, I didn't put them on. I tell you, I was never so embarrassed in my life. Imagine going out without my pants.
Well, just turn them around now and you'll be all set.
Oh. Well, I can do that later.
Say, Jack.
What?
You know, the same thing happened to me once.
What's that, Kenny?
I got up at 6 o'clock one morning to go to work and put my pants on backwards.
Uh-huh.
And then I walked by the mirror and thought I was just coming in, so I went back to bed again.
I bet you must have felt silly, huh?
And then when I went to bed, I put my pajamas on backwards and thought I was just getting up.
Oh, quiet. Go over in the corner and play Indian.
Okay, white boy.
Say, Phil.
Yes, Jack?
What's this I hear about Don winning your orchestra from you?
That's his tough luck.
I know, but gee, what are you going to do now?
Don't worry about me.
Oh, cheer up, Don. After all, you did lead the orchestra. Say, how were you anyway?
Well, Jack, we started off pizzicato, ripped through the allegretto, and when we got to the crescendo, believe me, Jack, it was fortissimo.
It was? What does he mean, Phil?
Don't ask me. I'm a civilian now.
Oh, well, anyway, a change like this is good once in a while. Believe me. Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Oh, it's from my mother.
How do you know? You haven't even seen it. Probably isn't from your mother at all.
It is, too.
Oh. Well, Mary, open it up. Let's hear what the Plainfield Mrs. Fiddler has to say.
Just a minute. Sign here, please.
Oh, yes. Here, Bud, here's a tip for you. You got change for a quarter?
No, I left my wallet on my yacht.
I never heard such impudence.
Oh, why didn't you give him the whole quarter? It wouldn't break you.
Mary, you know that's an eagle on a quarter, not a homing pigeon. Well, why don't you open the letter?
Okay.
Well, that's a novelty, a wooden envelope. What are you laughing at?
Look at the way Mama starts her letter. Plainfield, New Jersey. February 1st.
That's starting out good already. Huh? Go ahead now.
My dear daughter, Mary, received your letter and thanks very much for sending us a check for our anniversary. You shouldn't have done it.
Well, that was sweet, Mary.
I gave your father the check to send back to you, and he has a brand new suit to prove it.
Oh.
We celebrated our anniversary by going to a movie. We saw Thoroughbred Don't Cry with a swell kid acting in it named Macaroni.
Macaroni? That's Mickey Rooney. Macaroni.
Your Uncle Otto, who dropped in for Thanksgiving and stayed 4 months, has promised to leave next Thursday. He better, as your father, put a time bomb under his bed.
Well, that's one way of getting him out.
I think your father means it, as he has already ordered a new roof.
Well.
I must tell you what happened yesterday. Your brother Hillard swallowed his harmonica, and now we can't get him to play anything unless we put a nickel in his nose.
Commercial little fellow, isn't he? Huh? Go ahead, Mary.
You remember how much trouble your sister Babe had with her eyes? Well, the doctor said she doesn't have to wear glasses anymore.
That's good.
We think she does. And she came in the house last night and said, "Hello, Papa," to the gas stove.
Oh, well, that's awful, isn't it?
We didn't want to make her feel bad, though, so this morning we cooked breakfast on your father.
Well, that's just trying to be funny.
No other news?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll close now. Give my love to the whole gang and say hello to Jack. Your affectionate mother, Bubbles Livingston.
Bubbles? Well.
P.S.
Oh, gee, more stuff, huh?
Please ask Penny Baker to sing By Mere Beast Shane, as she is the only one who hasn't done it yet.
Hey, she's right at that. Hey, Kenny, do you know By Mere Beast Shane?
Oh, I think I do. How does it go?
You know, by mere beast Shane, so let me explain. Dum 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 da dum 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 dum. You get it, Kenny?
What's left of it?
Well, sing it. Play Phil or Don or whoever owns the orchestra. That was By Mere Beast Shane, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, for a song that's been kicked around as much as that, it certainly sounded great.
Thanks, Jack.
That kid gets sillier every day. Huh?
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
You know, I've been wanting to ask you something all evening, and I've just remembered what it is.
What is it, Don? Said he, slipping gracefully into a new routine. What, Don?
Well, now, Jack, you were out at Santa Anita racetrack last Friday, weren't you?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I was just wondering if you had a bet on Playmay. You know, the horse that paid $673 for a $2 ticket. Boy, what a horse.
That's not a horse, that's an annuity. No, I didn't have a bet on her, Don, and I'm sorry you brought it up. I've been sick about it ever since. You know, I had a hunch to play that horse. I had it on my mind for days.
I'm surprised you didn't, Jack. You're always looking for a bargain.
Well, I tell you, Phil, I'm disgusted with myself. You were there, Mary. Remember that horse that paid $673 to 2?
I'll say I had it right on the nose.
That's right, you did, yeah.
Gee, that was a marvelous price for a horse to pay. Who was the jockey?
Santa Claus.
I can't understand why I backed out on it.
Well, what made you change your mind, Jack?
Do you really want to know what happened, Don?
Yeah.
Well, this is positively pathetic.
What was it, Jack? Tell us.
I'll do better than that. I'll show you. The scene is the Santa Anita racetrack 10 minutes before the first race last Friday. Take it away, Santa Anita. Gee, it's sure crowded here today, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah. Are you going to bet on anything in the first race, Jack?
Look, Mary, I've got a hunch on a long shot. A horse called Playmay. Well, that horse ought to pay 100 to 1.
Don't tell me you're going to bet a whole $1.
$1? I'm going to bet 2. That's what I think I heard.
Must be love.
Now, listen to this hunch. The horse's name is Playmay, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, for years, I've been saying Play Phil, haven't I? You get it? Play Phil.
Yeah, but the horse's name is Playmay.
All right, Smarty, I'm not through. What month was I born in?
February.
Well, can't you see it's only 2 months from February to May? Play May. I tell you, I can't lose.
Oh, I don't know.
And not only that, but look how it works out. The horse's name is Playmay. Now spell May backwards.
Y-A-M. Yam.
There you are, yam. And you know I'm crazy about sweet potatoes. I tell you, Mary, it's in the bag.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to bet on the favorite, Negrat. I got a hunch, too.
Negrat? What's your hunch?
Well, I've got 2 knees, and I feel gret today.
Now, that's silly. Well, anyway, I'm going over to the window and bet on Playmay. That's the horse, believe me. Now, you wait here.
Okay.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Say, who have you got in the first race?
Well, Jack, I don't know much about picking horses. Gosh, I don't know whether to bet on City Slicker or Berenda. What do you think?
Well, I wouldn't know what to tell you, Kenny. Of course, one horse is a gelding and the other's a filly.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, one is a male and the other's a female.
Oh, are there 2 kinds?
Look, Penny, I can save you a lot of trouble. Just bet on a horse called Playmate. It's going to come in and pay you a fortune.
You will?
Sure. Take my advice, Teddy. Put $2 on his nose.
All right, lend me $2, will you?
Penny, I'm not a finance company. See you later.
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I was just talking to Bing Crosby, and he said you shouldn't make any bets till the fourth race.
Why?
Then you can lose your money on his horse.
Well, I'm not going to put any more money on Crosby's horses. I bet on one last week, and he stopped right in the home stretch and sang, I Surrender Dear. I didn't mind that so much, but the jockey was playing a bazooka. Now, listen, Mary, I'm going over this window and bet on my original hunch, Playmate.
Okay, see you later.
Yes, sir. Plenty of money and you and doggone, this horse can't lose.
Hey, buddy, come here a minute, will you?
What is it?
Now, listen, pal. I'm going to give you a tip that's so hot you can fry an egg on it.
I'm sorry, mister. I've had breakfast. Besides, I'm putting my money on Playmate.
Playmate? Why, that nag couldn't win if you put a diesel engine there.
Oh, yeah?
Take my tip, buddy. Play the favorite, Negrette.
The favorite? Negrette, huh? Do you think he'll come in first?
Why, he'll be dancing the Trocadero before the rest of them hit the home stretch.
Gee, say, maybe that is the horse for me. Are you sure Negrette will win?
Cross my heart, an honest engine.
Well, that's good enough for me. I'm going right over and bet on Negrette. Gee, I'm glad I met you.
Wait a minute, buddy. Got a cigar?
Only the one I'm smoking.
Well, that'll do. So long.
Didn't have to jerk it out of my face there. Here's the window. Hey, mister, give me a $2 ticket on the...
Hey, get in line, you.
Sure, that's what I say, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady. Gee, everybody pushing and shoving and...
Hey, mister.
What is it?
Will you please hold still? I've been trying to pick your pocket for 10 minutes.
Now, get away from here. I'm ticklish.
Well, come on. What'll it be?
I want a $2 ticket on Negrette.
Win, place, or show?
To win. No, wait a minute. Make it to play. That's it. No, look. Better make that show. That's it, the show. Yes, that's better.
Okay, Reckless.
Here's my $2.
Thanks. Well, let go of it.
Well, don't rush me. You may never see it again. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
I just bought a ticket. I changed my horse to the one you had, Negrette.
That's funny. I changed mine to Playmate.
You did? Well, why didn't you tell me? Gosh, I don't know who's going to win.
Well, the race starts in a couple of minutes. Let's go over and grab a hot dog. I'm starved.
Okay, but I won't enjoy it.
Hey, buddy, come here a minute.
What do you want?
I got a hot tip for you in the first race. A horse called Barcarolle.
Barcarolle? You just told me Negrette was going to win.
Oh, well, you're the guy? Pardon me.
I'm sorry I came out here at all.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let's grab a hot dog.
Hey, it's too late now, Mary. The horses are lining up.
Well, I'm hungry. Here's a stand right here.
All right, hurry up, mister. Give us 2 hot dogs and plenty of mustard.
Okay, here you are.
Here's a quarter. Keep the change. Come on, Mary. Let's get up close to the rail. Huh?
Wait for me.
Gee, I'm nervous. I wonder if I did right in switching from Playmate to Negrette.
You'll find out.
Gosh, I'm excited. Mary, give me the binoculars.
Here you are.
Thanks. Mary, that's the hot dog. Now my face is full of mustard. Darn it.
Go on. That's the healthiest you've looked all year.
That's so. Give me your field glasses. Look, Mary, Negrette is number 7. Gee, that's a swell position. When they break, he'll be on the outside.
There they go.
Gee, there they go, Mary.
Come on, Playmate.
Hey, Blake. Sunprice takes the lead. Miranda second by 2 lengths. City Slicker third by a length and a half.
Come on, Negrette.
Come on, Playmate.
They're coming into the half. Sunprice is leading by 2 lengths. Miranda second and Barcarolle third, but moving up fast. And here comes Rosalie from the picture of the same name.
Rosalie?
Come on, Playmate.
Hey, where's Negrette?
At the 3/4, it's Miranda in the lead. Negrette second.
Come on, Negrette.
Barcarolle third. July 4th and Louis the 16th.
Louis the 16th, that's a mistake.
Well, I'm only human.
It's a fine race.
Look, they're coming into the stretch.
You said it, sister. Miranda first by a length. Playmate second and coming up fast.
Playmate! Oh, my $2. Why didn't I bet on her?
Playmate, come on.
Gee, I'm afraid to look. And here's the winner. It's Playmate, first by a nose.
You see, Don, that's exactly what happened to me last Friday at Santa Anita.
Oh, that's too bad, Jack. You should have followed your hunch.
Why, certainly. Come in.
Say, buddy, I got a hot tip for you in the second race. You can't lose.
Oh,
This
go
terrific.
We'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And the moral of our little playlet is, never bet on a sure thing, unless you're sure it's a sure thing. What's that, Mary?
Your horse just came in.
I knew he'd come through. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you America's latest fashion plate, that Beau Brummel of Beverly Hills, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And say, Don, thanks for that nice build-up you just gave me. My goodness, what's come over you?
Well, Jack, I read in the paper just the other day that the Tailors of America selected you as one of the 10 best-dressed men in the country.
Oh, they did? Well, I didn't know that. Are you sure, Don?
Oh, yes, certainly. It was quite a story.
Sure, I read it, too. It was in all the papers.
It was, Phil? Gee, I'd like to see it. Have you got a clipping of it?
Yes, and so have you.
Well, all right, fellas. I was just trying to be modest, that's all. But it's true, I was selected as one of the 10 best-dressed men in the country. I came in second.
Oh, who was first?
Clark Gable. You know, Don, politics.
Oh.
The only way I can figure it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. Gable looks marvelous in clothes. In the first place, he's much thinner than you are.
Oh, no, he's not, Don. We're exactly the same weight. Only mine is distributed a little differently. But we have about the same physique.
Go on, if Gable was standing in a barrel, he'd have a better figure than you have.
Well, first place, he never stands in a barrel. I don't know. I know what's the matter with you, Phil. You're just jealous because you weren't on the list.
I'm not jealous. I just can't understand it, that's all.
Oh.
I dress as well as you do. Probably weller.
Weller? Now, you can do gooder than that. You dress as well as I do. Look at that coat you've got on right now.
What's the matter with it?
What's the matter with it? Looks like a combination salad with patched pockets. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations.
Thanks, Mary. I wish you'd have been here a minute ago, though. Phil can't understand why the Tailors of America picked me as one of the best-dressed men.
Well, I can.
Certainly.
Half of your relatives are pants pressers.
That's so? You're just making that up. Say, Mary, take a peek at Phil and get a load of that coat he's wearing. Isn't that corny? Oh, it's a corny one, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. It's not half as loud as the one I saw you wearing yesterday.
Well, that's different, Mary. That happens to be my polo coat.
Polo coat? What do you do, ride on a zebra?
It'll make you any happier, yes. But you know what kills me from the attitude of this gang? You think I never knew anything about style. Let me tell you something, fellas. I'm coming out with a new suit in about 3 weeks that'll knock your eye out. And I don't want you to copy it either, Phil.
What kind of a suit is it?
Well, it's a double-breasted English drape model with a new zipper vest. Oh, it's the last word in suit.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, Jack. What color is it?
Well, it's a sort of a fudge brown. Oh, it's beautiful.
A fudge brown?
Yes.
Is it plain or with nuts?
Plain. I'm going to look swell in it, too. It fits so snug it has a 32-inch waistline.
What are you going to do with your stomach?
Well, naturally, Phil, when I tighten my belt, my stomach will go up to where my chest is.
Then what are you going to do with your chest?
Well, I'm not going to have my girl's name tattooed on it like you have.
You would if you didn't have hooray for Waukegan there.
Well, what if I have? Now, look, fellas, let's drop all this talk about clothes. Just because I get a little recognition once in a while, everybody here has to turn green with envy. Now, let's change the subject. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations.
Thanks, Kenny, but I've heard enough about my clothes, so forget it.
I'm talking about your birthday.
My birthday? Oh, yes, tomorrow is my birthday. February the 14th. I forgot all about it.
Well, congratulations. Well, a happy birthday.
Well, sure, thanks. Yes, sir, I was a little Valentine.
Gee, funny how it slipped my mind.
Well, it didn't slip mine. I brought a cake for you, Jack. Wait till I get it.
A cake? Well, that was thoughtful, Kenny.
Here you are, Jack.
Well, thanks. Say, that is a beautiful cake. And it has such nice decorations.
Yeah, I hope I guessed right. I put 50 candles on it.
50 candles?
Oh, I got more in my pocket.
Oh, you have? Well, keep them in your pocket.
All right, but I better blow them out.
50 candles. I'm not 50 years old. I'm not 45. I'm not even 40.
Hurry up, Jack. You'll be late for school.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You haven't worn rompers for some time either, you know. And now, folks, Phil Harris will... Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy. Thanks. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a tip for you.
Say, this must be your birthday.
Who's the wire from, Mary?
Just a second, Jack. Oh, Jack, it's from your father.
My father? What does he say?
He says, Dear son, congratulations on your 25th birthday. I couldn't afford a telegram then.
Good old Dad. He never forgets a face. Play, Phil. That was You're an Education, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Jack. That number was played by Phil Harris in the orchestra. Why don't you mention the conductor?
Well, they know it wasn't Toscanini. Anyway, Phil, you have a distinctive style of playing. You couldn't be confused with any other band.
I couldn't, eh?
No. You have the only orchestra in the world where the drums carry the melody. And now, folks...
Jack, now that Kenny gave you a cake, are you going to throw a little party tonight?
Well, I would, Don, but I have to rehearse tonight with my leading lady for my new Paramount picture. I'm going over to Francisca Gall's house.
Oh, are we?
No, Phil, you're not going this time. And say, Mary, I wish you'd run through my lines with me, will you, before I go over there? I'd like to brush up on my part.
Okay, Jack.
Now, here's the script. You read Francisca's part, and I'll read mine. Here you are. Your name is Julia, and I'm Andre.
Andre?
Yes. All right, Mary, let's go. You don't mind if we go through this, do you, fellas?
No, go right ahead, Andre.
All right, Mary. Now, the door opens, see, and I walk in. You're sitting there, and I walk in. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Come on, Mary. I'm trying to rehearse. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, Andre, my love, I'm so glad to see you.
See you. Now, stop kidding, Mary, and help me with this. Well, darling, I've come for the last time to ask you to marry me. You've toyed with my affections long enough. There's a limit to my patience, Julia. You know our bargain when I saved your father from ruin? Well, the time has come. And whether you love me or not, you're stuck with me. Well, what are you laughing at?
Paramount, they're stuck too.
Oh, Mary, I can't rehearse with you. You're not giving me anything. You're not putting any feeling into it.
He's right, Miss Livingston. When Andre comes through the door, you should be a little more emotional.
Oh, go away. Come on, Mary, let's try it again. Now.
Look, Jack, look.
What?
It's Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor? In the middle? Why, Bob, I didn't know you were standing there watching us. Where'd you drop in from?
Well, I was sitting out front watching your show, and you seem to be having a little trouble with that scene, so I thought I'd come up and offer a suggestion or two.
Well, it's awfully nice of you, Bob. I'm always glad to see a kibitzer. But really, I don't need help.
Might be too late at that.
Oh. You're sharp there.
Now, look, Jack, the reason Miss Livingston did not respond properly was because you were not convincing as a lover.
Well. How do you like that for crust? What do you think I was doing up here, knitting a doily?
No, look, Jack, all I'm trying to tell you is that your scene lacked sincerity. In other words, what you said was not believable.
Oh, it was not believable. Well, next time I'll take an oath before I read my line. Believable.
You better take a lifesaver, too. You've been eating onions.
I have not.
Well, Jack, I'm sorry I intruded, so I'll just run along.
No,
now and-
Bob, no, I'm glad you came up. Say, I'm always open for suggestions, even if I don't need them. You know, Bob, I've been an actor for a good many years.
I appreciate that.
And furthermore, if you read the papers, and I think you do, you may have come across an article this week stating that I am one of the 10 best-dressed men in the country.
Yes, I saw that, Jack.
Yeah.
Say, do you mind if I tell you something?
No, go right ahead.
Well, Jack, take that suit you're wearing right now.
Yes?
Listen, I gave a better one than that to my gardener, and he refused it.
Well, if my gardener ever did a thing like that, I'd hit him right over the head with a petunia. Well, Bob, so much for the ribbing anyway. To tell you the truth, I'm really glad you came up. Now that you're here, I want you to meet the members of my cast.
It's about time.
Yeah. Bob, this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Mary. I'm delighted to meet you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Taylor. I mean, Robert. I mean, Bob.
Mary, you don't have to be so nervous.
Oh, gee whiz.
You know, Mary, I must say you've handed me a lot of laughs, and I think you're just as charming in person as you are on the radio.
Well, thanks. And, well, I think you're just as charming as I am.
Oh, don't mind her, Bob. She's so excited, you know. And now I want you to meet...
Wait a minute, Jack. Mr. Taylor.
Yes, what is it, Mary?
Well, if a certain person asks me to go out tonight, I won't think you're a bit fresh.
Oh, all right. And, Bob, I'd like to have you meet our young tenor, Kenny Baker.
How are you, Kenny? I'm glad to know you.
Gee, if I'd have known you were coming, I'd have baked you another cake.
Why, Kenny.
You know, Mr. Taylor, I'm in pictures, too.
Yes, I know you are, Kenny. I've seen you in a lot of them, and I think you're doing a swell job.
Yes, sir. You better watch out for me. I'm dynamite.
Oh, don't show off. And, Bob, this is our orchestra leader.
Oh, I know, Phil. Hiya, Phil, dear boy. It's good to see you again.
Hiya, Bobby. Did we have fun the other night or not?
Yes, sir. And by the way, Phil, thanks for getting me that date. It was mighty nice of you.
What? Phil got you a date?
Yeah, man.
Well, of all things. Say, I hope it wasn't the girl he got for me, Dolores Del Schmutz.
No, this was her sister. They call her Sugar.
Oh, Sugar Del Schmutz. Well, Bob, now that you've met my cast and the Del Schmutzes, I want to tell you that I saw the preview of your new picture the other night, A Yank at Oxford, and I thought it was one of the best things you've ever done.
Thank you, Jack. I'm glad you liked it.
By the way, Bob, what was the first big picture you ever made? You know, the one that you think started you off with a bang.
Well, Jack, about 3 years ago, I made a picture called Broadway Melody of 1936 with Eleanor Powell, Una Merkel, Sid Silvers, Buddy Ebsen, and June Knight.
Oh, yes, I saw that. It was very good, too. Say, wait a minute. I was in that picture. Why, certainly.
You were, Jack?
Yes, I was. I played Mary, you saw Broadway Melody. What was I in it?
Miss Cass.
No, I mean the character. Oh, I remember, Bob. I was the Broadway columnist you punched on the jaw 3 times.
Oh, yes, I remember. Hey, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yes. I'll say it was fun. Fred Allen saw the picture 8 times. Well, that's what you call fun, huh?
Oh, what if I did punch you on the jaw? I didn't hit you so hard.
Not much. Listen, Bob, that was 3 years ago. And I've got a swivel tooth that's still whirling around. But at that, Bob, I hope we do make another picture together. Maybe I can kick you around next time, huh?
Well, you never can tell. Well, Jack, I think I'll run along now. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Wait a minute. You offered to help me out in my little dramatic scene here, and I'm going to hold you to it. You don't mind, do you, Bob?
No, not at all.
I didn't ask you, Mary. Not at all. You mind, Bob?
No, Jack, I'll be glad to.
Okay, we'll do it right after Kenny sings a song. Go ahead, Kenny. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is Robert Taylor really on your program tonight?
Yes, he is.
Then you won't need me. Goodbye.
Oh, that guy, he drives me crazy.
Say, what does he want anyway?
A toupee, but I'm not going to buy him one. Okay. That was, hey, Bob, you take the reins, will you? You're a master of ceremonies, too, now, you know. Go ahead.
All right. That was New Moon from Radio City Rebels, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, I want to tell you it was swell. It was perfectly thrilling.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. You know, I wish Jack would say things like that once in a while.
Why, Kenny, what are you talking about? I've said those very words to you every Sunday this year.
Well, I'm getting sick of it.
Oh, you don't know what you want. Say, Bob, how about helping me out with that little love scene now? You know,
Okay, Jack. You and Mary run over those lines again, and I'll kind of give it the once-over.
Fine. Come on, Mary.
Why don't you let me do it with Mr. Taylor and you watch?
Mary, Barbara's listening in. You know, she will. Look, anyway, I'm the one who needs rehearsing.
That's why I don't want to do it with you.
Well, it wouldn't hurt you to help me out. Now, come on. Here's the script. We'll take it from the same entrance.
Now, remember, Jack, put a little fire into it.
Okay, Bob, I gotcha. All right, Mary, I'm coming through the door again. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, Andre, my love.
Andre, where's Amos?
Hell. I've come for the last time, Julia, to ask you to marry me. You've toyed with my affections long enough. Remember our bargain, Julia, when I saved your father from ruin? Well, the time has come. And whether you love me or not, you're stuck with me. Now, what do you say?
I'll go back to Waukegan.
Walk, there you are, Bob. What's the use of me trying to do anything?
Well, will you let me try it with Mary, Jack? Maybe I can get better results.
I know I will.
Oh, sure. No, I will.
Now look, Mary. When you and I play this scene, just sit back and relax.
Yes, Bob.
Imagine that we're in a world of our own, drifting on a cloud.
Yes, Bob.
Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob. Come on, you two. Show me what you can do.
Quiet, I'm drifting.
Oh, you're drifting, eh?
I am, too.
Kenny!
All right, Mary, I'm coming through the door now. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, Andre, my love. Kiss me.
I don't remember that line being in there.
I've come for the last time, Julia, to ask you to marry me.
Kiss me, Andre.
You've toyed with my affections long enough.
Kiss me, Andre. Kiss me.
Don't keep saying that. Kiss me, Andre. It's not in there.
Well, the time has come, and whether you love me or not, you're stuck with me.
Then kiss me, Andre. Kiss me.
My darling.
Mary! The one that's going to play it. It's a fine scene. All right, Mary. You were finally kissed by Robert Taylor. Now what have you got to say?
He can go back to Waukegan, too.
Why, Mary. Mary, didn't you enjoy it?
No, but let's do it again.
Oh, I thought so. Well, Bob, no kidding. I think I did learn something from watching you play that scene with Mary. You gave me a couple of good pointers there. You know?
Well, I hope I didn't embarrass you or anything, Jack.
Oh, no, Bob. No, and I'm very grateful. After all, you're an actor and I'm a comedian. An alleged comedian, anyway. My only serious moments are spent with my violin. I think I've got you stopped there.
Oh, I don't know about that, Jack. You know, I'm somewhat of a musician myself. I play a pretty mean cello.
A cello? Oh, I didn't know that. Isn't that a coincidence? You play the cello and I play the violin.
Guess what they're going to do now, folks?
Mary. Well, Bob, we can borrow a cello and a violin from the boys in the orchestra. Now, how about you and I swinging out on a nice hot tune?
Fine. You know Mighty Like a Rose?
Oh, that's a sizzler. Say, Phil, let us have a violin and a cello, will you?
Not without a deposit.
Now, we're not going to leave the room.
Okay, here you are, boys.
All right. Oh, Don, introduce this number, will you?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you Jack and Bob, those rhythm rascals, who will give you their interpretation of Mighty Like a Rose.
Are you going to start? I'll start.
Pretty little flower. Just play it, Jack.
Oh, by the way, Bob, you were in Europe this summer, weren't you?
Yes, I was, Jack.
Well, tell me, how did you find London?
I asked a policeman.
Oh, Bob,
Yes, Jack?
what goes around a button?
A ghost.
You guessed it the first time. 40, boys, 40. Give it everything, Bob.
That was Mighty Like a Rose with Bum Joke, played by Robert Taylor and Jack Benny.
Thanks, John. And now, folks, is another
Play,
part.
Phil, play.
Oh. Well, we're a little late, Bob, but I'll see you next Thursday night. Thanks for coming over. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who celebrated his birthday last Monday, February the 14th, and his age was exactly...
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and just in time, folks. Yes, sir. Wow. Oh, no, Don, I wasn't going to let you get away with that. Nobody's going to know how old I am.
I was only kidding, Jack. I really don't know your age, but I am curious.
Well, I'm not going to tell you. There are some things that even a buffoon holds sacred.
Oh, come on now, Jack. How old are you?
It's none of your business, and you might as well forget it, Don. My lips are sealed.
Well, tell me just one thing, Jack. Are you between 40 and 45?
La 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 la.
Well, are you between 35 and 40?
La 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 la.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing?
I'm auditioning for my birthday. You know, Mary, Don's been trying to find out my age, and I won't tell him.
Oh, you're just like an old woman. After all, you're not a kid anymore. Everybody knows you're not close to Freddie Bartholomew.
Well, of course not. Remember, I'm not close to George Arliss either.
No, but he can feel your breath on the back of his neck.
Well, let him pull up his collar. Anyway, I'm not as old as you two think, so let's forget it.
Well, I know one thing, Jack. You were in the service during the World War, so you can't be very young.
Well, certainly I was in the service, but I had to lie to get in.
You had to lie?
Yeah.
Yeah, he told me he was sick and they examined him.
Now, look, Mary, I didn't tell him I was sick at all.
Well, then why did they examine you?
Well, I just painted some spots on my face for a gag. After all, Don, I'm a comedian.
Tell him how you try to flatten your feet, too.
Well, that's one thing I didn't have to do. My feet have always been like the state of Kansas. Except for an occasional bunion. Well, is there anything else about me you two would like to know?
Yes, how old are you?
Now, there's one thing you'll never find out. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hello, Jack, old boy. Happy 44.
44. Now, you're just guessing, Phil. That's just a shot in the dark.
Well, a bullseye's a bullseye, no matter how you get it.
Now, wait a minute, Annie Oakley. I will admit that my birthdays come along just as regularly as the income tax. But honestly, fellas, I'm only 33.
Boy, what a deduction.
Oh, I don't know about that. Listen, Phil, you're not much my junior, you know. How old are you?
I'm 29.
29?
That's all I am, and I don't even show it.
Why, Phil Harris, you've been studying music for over 29 years.
You don't show that either.
I agree with you, Mary. Say, Phil, by the way, when is your birthday?
I was born April 21st.
Oh, April 21st, huh?
Yes, and that comes under the sign of Taurus, the bull.
Oh, you mean astrologically speaking. Yeah. You know, astrology is a very interesting subject.
Here we go, folks.
Mary. So you were born under Taurus, the bull, eh, Phil?
Yeah, it was shady there.
Well, that's an interesting sign, you know. Say, what does that mean, Phil?
Well, people born under Taurus, the bull, are handsome, popular, and can't stand red underwear.
Oh. You're a little slow on that line. You could read it faster tonight, will you? I better be careful with this tie I'm wearing here, I know.
You know, Jack, I was born August the 16th. That comes under Leo the Lion.
Oh, is that so? Well, that's funny. Phil comes under Taurus the bull, and you come under Leo the Lion. Mary, what sign were you born under?
Donald the Duck.
Oh, that must be a new one. What does that mean, Mary?
It means I'm beautiful, charming, and have web feet.
Close your bill. Hey, that's good.
Say, Jack, what sign were you born under?
Well, John, mine is a peculiar case. I was born over a sign.
Over a sign?
Yes, Waukegan Clothing Company must vacate. No, the sign's still there.
Oh, then you mean you were born over your father's store?
Yes, Don, and the doctor had an awful time getting upstairs. My father grabbed him and tried to sell him a suit. And you know, fellas, I was one of the smartest babies you've ever seen, and a great help to my father.
Is that so?
Why, Don, a minute after I was born, I looked up and said, Doctor, your new suit fits perfectly.
You did?
Yes, and my father pinched me and said, Quiet, that's his old one. What did I know, Don? I was only a baby. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Well, I'll let you in on a secret, Kenny. I was just born. I'm a little baby.
Gee, you got cuffs on your diapers.
Hey, that's very clever there. You're pretty smart. When were you born, Kenny?
March the 15th.
Oh, you come under Taurus the bull, the same sign as Phil. Well, that fits. You both sing, you both have curly hair, and you're both in pictures.
Yeah, and we're both lady killers, too.
Oh, you're both lady killers, huh?
Well, Phil is. I just stun him.
Well, tell me, my unconscious Casanova, how do you go about meeting a young lady?
Well, I walk right up to him and I give him that old baker personality.
Oh, you do, huh?
Then I say to her, how's about it, kid?
How's about it, kid? What does she say?
She says, how's about what?
Oh, the exotic type.
Yeah.
Well, so you start a conversation, then what happens?
She goes her way and I go to my girl's house. The end.
Well, Kenny, you certainly are a Romeo, isn't he, Mary?
Yeah, if he ever comes under my balcony, I'll give him a flower pot beanie.
Well, Kenny, how about singing your song now before you get crowned?
All right.
Wait a minute, Kenny. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Telegram for Jack Benny. Oh, two of them this time. It take both of you to deliver them?
Yes, we're twins.
Oh.
We were born under the sign of Tippus, the coin.
Well, here's a dime, fellas. Tear it apart.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Thanks. Goodbye. Well, boom, boom. You see who these telegrams are from, Mary?
Okay.
Funny getting two of them at the same time, huh?
Look, Jack, this first wire's from your doctor in Waukegan.
Oh, good old Doc K. Well.
He says, Dear Jack, thanks for the plug you gave me. But your father hasn't paid me yet for your birth 44 years ago.
Oh, he hasn't? Well, that's terrible. That's really awful. Who's the other wire from?
It's from your father. He says, don't worry about the doctor. He never paid for the suit either.
Well, it's a draw. No decision. Sing, Kenny. That was Rosemary, I love you, from the picture of the same name. Sung by Kenny Baker. By the way, Kenny, I was on the Maxwell House Good News program last Thursday night, and you know who else has a beautiful voice?
I'm not interested.
Well, don't be like that. Now, I heard Alan Jones sing on that program, and he certainly has a lovely voice. You know, he's a high baritone.
Well, I don't work for buttons.
I didn't say you did. All I say is Alan Jones has marvelous range, poise, and feeling. When he takes those high notes, he thrills you.
Go on. He forgot more about singing than I'll ever know.
All right, you win.
Say, Jack, I heard you on the Maxwell House show the other night.
You did?
They sure kicked you around, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something, fellas. It's the last time I'll ever try to help anybody out, especially Robert Taylor. I went there just to fix up their show, that's all.
Why, did they send for you, Doctor?
No, they didn't send for me. I went there of my own free will, and I did all right, too.
Did you get paid for it?
Well, Bob Taylor gave me a pound of coffee. And then he sold me a percolator for $10.
$10 percolator? Have you got it with you?
No, on my way out, Frank Morgan picked my pocket. It's a fine program. And you know, fellas, I thought Bob Taylor made some very sarcastic remarks about my looks, especially my high forehead. Taylor should talk, you know.
Oh, yeah? He's got more hair on his eyelashes than you have on your whole head.
Oh, he has, huh?
They tickle, too.
Well, let's forget Robert Taylor. We've got other things to do here.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
I like the girl on that program that does Baby Snook. You know, Virginia Bruce.
Virginia Bruce? That's Fanny Bright. Virginia Bruce.
Well, they look alike.
Kenny, they don't look anything alike. Virginia Bruce is a blonde, and Fanny Bright is a Latin from Manhattan. She was born in the Bronx.
She was?
Yeah. Say, I wonder what sign she was born under.
Bismarck the Herring.
Well, we're certainly full of astrology tonight. And now, folks, our next feature attraction. Tonight we will bring you a drama of the United States Navy. Our version of that thrilling Warner Brothers' first national picture, Submarine D1.
Oh, boy, sailors.
Quiet. Now, I will play the part of Butch O'Benny, Chief Petty Officer, as portrayed by Pat O'Brien on the screen. As tough a sailor as ever choked on a seasick pill. The members of my crew will be Sock Harris.
Aye, aye, sir.
Slim Wilson.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lucky Baker.
Here, teacher.
Fine sailor.
Hey, Jack, am I going to be in this?
Yes, Mary. Your name is Slug Livingston. We're short of men, so you'll have to be a sailor, too.
Okay, but I'm going to put a screen around my hammock.
Well, now I guess we're just about set. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Rochester. Rochester.
Is your butler going to be in this, Jack?
Yes, we've got to have a full crew, so I told him to come down and help me out.
Here I am, boss.
Now, look, Rochester, let me explain your part. You're a member of a submarine crew.
Submarine?
Yes.
Is that one of them boats that dumps?
Yes, it's an undersea boat that travels far beneath the surface of the ocean.
I ain't going to be on it.
Now, Rochester, I promise you $10. Don't you want to make $10?
Not if I have to send a whale to the bag with it.
Now, look, Rochester, it's nothing to worry about. It's only going to last 5 minutes.
I can drown in 3.
Well, it's only a play, so go over in the corner and put on your uniform. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Submarine D1 will sail into action immediately after the next number. All set, Phil?
Yep. How do you like my sailor suit?
All right, Bill, but it's awfully big. Gee, there's room enough in that suit for you and Kenny.
Where do you think I am?
Oh, yes, I see that lump. Play, Phil. Get out of there, Kenny. What's the matter? That was You Do Something to Me, played by Phil Harris. And now, folks, for our Epic of the Sea, our tribute to the United States Navy, Submarine D1.
Oh, Jack, look, I got my sailor suit on. How do you like it?
Fine, but take off that silver fox cape. This is going to be an informal cruise. Now, the scene opens on the deck of Submarine D1, anchored off the Navy Yard in New London, Connecticut. As the action begins, Chief Petty Officer Butch O'Benny is addressing his crew. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. Before we shove off, there's a few words I want to say to you. You're not in the battleship Navy now. You're in the submarine Navy. And you'll find it a lot tougher. You understand?
Aye, aye, sir.
You know, this ain't going to be no joyride. Being in the service is a man's job.
Oh, Chief.
What is it, Slug?
Somebody in this crew stole my lipstick.
Somebody stole your lipstick.
Gosh, I thought it was candy.
I want discipline in this crew. There'll be no more stealing.
Hello, Popeye. Am I late?
Popeye? Listen, Harris, that's an insult to your superior officer. Step forward and salute.
Aye, aye, sir.
What are you doing?
I'm saluting you.
Well, unless your nose itches, you're insulting me again. Now, men, just one final word before we shove off. We're headed for San Diego by the way of the Panama Canal. This is a new submarine. We're out to make a record. Now, there might be a lot of danger ahead, so keep on your toes. One little slip on the part of any one of you might mean death to us all.
Hey, Chief.
What?
Make way for a deserter.
Get back there, Rochester. All right, men, down below.
All right, sir.
Hey, Wilson.
Yes, Chief?
Stay right in the middle of the boat. I don't want any tipping. On the double, men. We're off to Panama.
2 weeks later, we pick up submarine D1 off the coast of Panama, cruising 40 feet below the surface.
Well, men, we should be in Panama before night. Everything is okay so far. We've had very few delays.
Hey, Chief.
What is it, Wilson?
Something seems to be wrong. We're slowing down.
Slowing down? Darn those sharks, they're hitching rides again. Shoo! Shoo! Snap! Shoo! Go away.
Oh, why don't you let them have a little fun?
I don't mind them bumming a ride, but I don't want them biting their initials in the rudder. Anyway, Slug, keep looking through that periscope and see if all is clear ahead.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hey, Rochester, supper ready?
Oh, but the apple pie.
The apple pie, where's that?
I put it out the window to cool.
Oh. Well, never mind. We'll be in Panama in a couple of hours, and we can eat there.
Hey, Chief.
What is it, Slug?
There's a ship cruising directly ahead of us.
There is. Can you make out the name?
It's the Albany Night Boat.
The Albany Night Boat?
Yeah, one of us must be lost.
Well, it can't be us. We've been heading due south for 2 weeks. Hey, where are you going, Baker?
Up on deck for a walk.
You can't do that. We're 40 feet below the surface.
That's all right. I got my rubbers on.
It's a fine crew. Oh, Harris.
Aye, aye, sir.
Rig out forward planes, shift steering from bridge to conning tower, and check air on manifold.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I saw it in the picture.
Well, do it yourself.
Aye, aye, sir. I mean, get out of here. Oh, Slug. Don't leave that periscope. Hey, what's that?
A seahorse just went by.
A seahorse?
Yeah, and he's got a sign on his back.
What does it say?
Santa, Anita, or bust.
Oh. Well, I hope he makes it. Full speed ahead. We'll give him a race.
Oh, Chief.
What is it, Wilson?
Things look pretty bad. We're running out of gas.
This submarine uses more gas than my Maxwell. What do we do now?
Look, Chief, there's a gas station right ahead of us.
A gas station underwater?
Here, look.
Well, what do you think of that? Yup, there it is. Neptune and Cohen. Gas, oil, and sandwiches. Go down on all rudders. Reverse rear engine. We're stopping for fuel. Help me out with this diving suit so I can get out and get some gas.
But, Chief, we're at the bottom of the ocean. When you open that door, a lot of water will come in.
Well, we need water, too. Open up.
Aye, aye, sir.
See, it's hard to walk down here. Look at these strange fish.
Woo, woo, woo!
Pardon me, folks. An electric eel just bumped into me. Oh, here's the gas station. I wonder where the attendant is. Oh, there he is. Hello there.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Saltwater Junction.
Why, Slapperman, since when have you been running a gas station at the bottom of the ocean?
I've been here for 2 months, but I'll have to go back soon.
Why?
How long can a man hold his breath?
Well, tell me, do you do any business here?
Why, certainly, Jack. Submarines pass here every 10 minutes.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
Hey, Jack, am I doing a great business? I'm cleaning up. Look, I got 8 gas pumps.
8 gas pumps. How do you handle them all?
I got an octopus helping me.
An octopus? Where is he now?
Next door, getting a manicure.
Well, Slep, I'm in a hurry. I need some gas for my submarine.
How much do you run, sailor?
Fill her up. The government's paying for it. Tell me, Slep, is your wife here with you?
She was, but I had to send her away.
Oh, she didn't like it here, huh?
Well, she was all right at first, but one day she hung out the wash.
And what happened?
She went crazy waiting for it to dry.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, I see you got a little restaurant here, too. What kind of sandwiches do you serve?
Well, we got sponge, watercress, and seaweed.
Oh. Well, give me a seaweed on rye. I'll have a cup of coffee, too.
You want it with cream or cod liver oil?
I want cream.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, what's the matter now?
There's that electric eel again.
You know, he's my best customer. I charge his batteries.
Well, Slep, I've got to get going. If I make Panama by tonight, I'll break a record.
Wait a minute, Jackie. Stick around. I'll take you to a nightclub and introduce you to the most beautiful mermaids you ever saw.
I'm sorry, Slep, but I can't let the Navy down.
You should see those mermaids. They entertain, they sing, and one of them is very tantalizing.
Oh, yeah? What does she do?
You should see her put on a fin dance.
Say, that sounds all right. All right, golly, I think I'll stay at that.
Listen to the music. The nightclub is opening early.
That settles it. I'm going to stay. Wait till I tell my crew. Drop anchor, men. We're going to tie up here for the night. Aye, sir. Mermaids. Say, this is going to be good. Oh, Phil. Yes, Chief. Come on out. I know where there's some mermaids. What do you think I got on my lap, a flounder? Oh, he always beats me to it. Take it, Wilson.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Will the submarine get to Panama? Will Butch get a date with a mermaid? Will it stop raining in California? Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil.
Then we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, when we will bring you further adventures of Submarine D1. What thrills, what suspense.
Oh, Butch.
What is it, Slug?
Are there any pea mermaids?
No, good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, every Sunday night at this time, we bring you...
Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hiya, Phil.
Okay, Jackie. Hello, Don.
Greetings, Phil. How are you, Kenny?
Hi. Hello, Phil. How's the boy, Kenny?
Hello, fellas. Hi, Jack.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, audience.
Hello,
Jack. Well, we're all here.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you much to do about nothing, Jack Benny.
Cute opening. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I must say that's about the silliest opening we've ever had, isn't it?
Yes, Jack, but at least it's different.
Oh, it's different, all right, and that's what radio needs. Something new and original. New ideas, new thoughts, new personalities.
Oh, you're right, Jack, but why don't you do something about it?
Well, Don, I'd be willing to change the programs, if some of my fellow artists would cooperate.
Well, now, what do you mean?
Well, take some of the other comedians. Say Fred Allen, for instance. If Allen will get rid of his adenoids, I'll get rid of my Maxwell. Which is in much better condition. You see?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Fred Allen does not talk through his nose.
Oh, he doesn't, eh? The only time he has a word in his mouth is when he eats alphabet soup. Incidentally, Don, what do you think Fred sent me for my birthday? You'll never guess.
Well, what was it?
I'm ashamed to mention it.
Tell us.
He sent me a tube of toothpaste. Now, wasn't that cheap, Mary?
Yeah, he should have sent you teeth, too.
Now, Mary, that was sweet. But no kidding, Don. Switched on you, didn't I? Huh? But no kidding, Don. As I was saying, for the rest of this season, we ought to forge ahead and make a lot of changes on our programs.
See, I've got a great idea, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
Well, I could bring Mom out here from Plainfield, and she'd fit swell on our program.
Well, it's an idea, but we can't use your mother. She's funny, all right, but she runs to low comedy. You know what I mean. Corny jokes.
I suppose you don't grab them off the cob once in a while.
Well, we don't want your mother. Let her start her own program. Professor Diz. That's her, all right.
Say, Jack, I've got an idea.
Oh, there's a change right there. Huh? What is it, Kenny?
Well, instead of my coming down here every Sunday, why can't I mail my song in?
Yes, you do that, Kenny, and I'll sing your check to you.
hope so. I've been whistling for it for 3 weeks.
Now, look, fellas, we're getting away from the subject. I'm just trying to find a way to change this broadcast. Have you any suggestions, Phil?
Yeah, what this program needs is a good 5-cent cigar with a comedian on one end.
Now, listen, Phil, while we're making bright suggestions, this program could stand some changes in the music department. We never know what you're playing.
Is that so?
Yeah, you never played a song yet that we couldn't start a contest on. Why, Phil, your orchestra played Rosalie last week. I got to get that right. Why, Phil, your orchestra played Rosalie last week, and the whole audience stood up. They thought it was the Star-Spangled Banner.
So did I. I took my hat off.
Go on, you haven't worn a hat since your last permanent. Come in.
Hiya, Buck. Remember me?
Oh, hello, Andy.
Hello, Andy.
Well, say, you have been quite a stranger around here. We've missed you, Andy. Where have you been the last few weeks?
Well, I figured you didn't need me, Buck. I was going to come a couple of weeks ago, but you had Robert Taylor here.
Oh, well, you could have been here at the same time. After all, you and Taylor don't conflict.
Well, I don't know about that. We're both crazy about Barbara Stanwyck.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yeah, only I'm just crazy.
Say, at that, you might give Taylor a real race.
Shucks, I'd rather run against Pompoon.
Now, you're too modest, Andy. You want me to tell you something? I think you're a very attractive fellow.
Oh, go on. I ain't got no more sex appeal than a poached egg.
What made you wait so long before you answered? It's written right there, Andy. I can't understand it.
I was laying the egg.
Oh, you're laying the egg. You said it. You certainly were. Well, tell me, Andy, how are your folks?
Oh, well, Ma's all right, but Pa's having a lot of trouble with the government over his income tax.
Oh, what's wrong?
He put our bull down as a dependent.
Oh, he couldn't get away with it, huh?
Well, they didn't mind that so much, but when he put Ma down as a bad investment, they objected.
Well, it'll all work out. Stick around, Andy. Say, Kenny's going to sing in a minute, and then we'll have a little chat, huh?
Okay, Buck.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you got in that basket? You going shopping?
Oh, doggone, I forgot all about it. Here, Buck, Ma sent you a little birthday present. Better late than never.
Well, thanks. It was awfully sweet of her. What is it, Andy?
11 eggs.
11 eggs? Well, as long as she gave me a present, she might have made it an even dozen.
Oh, there'll be 12 in the morning. I got a hen in there concentrating.
Oh, well, there's nothing like a nice, fresh egg as long as it's not on the program. Sing, Kenny. Say, Andy, don't forget to thank your mother for that lovely gift, will ya? That was thanks for the memory from the big broadcast of 1938, sung by Kenny Baker. Gee, that's a beautiful number. Who wrote that, Kenny?
Leo Robin and Ralph Ranger.
Oh, Robin and Ranger. Say, those are the same boys who wrote Love and Bloom.
Yeah, that's them.
Ah, good old Love and Bloom. Yeah-da-da-da-dum-dum-dee-da-dum. Hey, my violin and I did plenty for those two songwriters, didn't we, Mary?
Yeah, plenty.
No, I don't know. I kept Love and Bloom alive for a long time.
Keep it alive? Why, Jack, if anybody murdered that song, you did.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. It was never proved that I murdered Love and Bloom.
You must have had Clarence Darrow for a lawyer.
Oh, no, I didn't. Anyway, thanks for the memory is going to be my new theme song. I'll rehearse it all week, and next Sunday night I'm going to play it on my violin.
Are you really going to do that, Jack?
Definitely. Anyhow, folks, for our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with our thrilling sea drama, which we started last week. The second and final episode of that Warner Brothers' first national production, Submarine D1. Oh, go away. As you may remember, last week, Submarine D1 left New London, Connecticut, en route to San Diego by way of the Panama Canal. We almost reached Panama when suddenly we ran out of gas.
We ran out of jokes, too.
We did not. Our half hour was up. Now, once more, I will play the part of Butch O'Benny, Chief Petty Officer. And, Mary, you'll have to be a sailor again this week. You know, Slug Livingston.
Gee whiz, if you're short of men, why don't you hire a couple of actors?
I'm not going way out to the racetrack just for that. Anyway, you played the part all right last week. When you put on your sailor suit, you look just like a man.
I don't know about that. I passed a couple of fellows and they yelled, "Shape ahoy."
Well, they were just kidding. Now, are we all here and ready to go?
Aye, aye, sir.
Then we're all set for the last lap of our dangerous submarine journey. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Rochester?
Here I am, boss, just sneaking out.
Rochester, come back here. Aren't you going to be in our undersea play?
You know I hate water unless there's gin in it.
Why, you ought to be proud to be in the Navy. It's the most glorious way you can serve your country.
Well, why can't I be on land like I was during the war?
Oh, I didn't know you were in the war, Rochester. What branch of the service were you in?
I was in the Razor Artillery.
The Razor Artillery?
We didn't need no guns.
Oh, you didn't, eh?
No, sir. We just strapped up and went into action.
Why, Rochester, do you mean to tell me that you fought all through the war with nothing but a razor?
Yes, sir. We just revived an old Indian custom, only a little lower down.
Well, I don't care how you fought, Rochester. I'm proud of you. How long were you in the service?
Right up till the armistice.
Well.
I got my discharge and my barber's degree the same day.
We're all a little nervous today, I think. Well, with all that experience, you certainly can be in our play tonight. Folks, our production of Submarine D1 will go on immediately after the next number.
Say, Buck, am I going to be in it?
Well, Andy, we've got a full crew. The only thing we need is a steam whistle.
Well,
how would you like to play the part of a whistle? Will you wait till I ask you, Andy? How would you like to play the part? It'll help your answer. How would you like to play the part of a whistle?
I'll take it. I ain't proud.
I should say you shouldn't be, huh? Oh, well, let's hear how it sounds. Now, there's a ship ahead of us, Andy, and we want to warn it. What do you do? Say, that's perfect, and we're all set. Well, fellas, have you all got your uniforms on?
I've got mine on. How do I look?
Fine, Phil, but we don't wear polo shirts in the Navy.
Oh, we don't, eh?
No.
You just ain't got no class.
Well, I still know what a regulation uniform should be.
Look at my sailor suit, Jack. Isn't it cute?
Oh, it's cute, all right, but what's the idea of the bustle?
I'm a rear admiral.
Now, that's just silly. Say, Kenny, that suit you got on looks too big for you. Are you sure it's yours?
I think Don Wilson's got mine on, but he said no.
Oh, well, we'll find out right away. Bend over, Don.
Okay.
You're right, Kenny. Play, Phil. Cover up, Don. That was How'd You Like to Love Me from College Swing, played by Phil Harris and his Seasick Ensemble. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second and final episode of our Epic of the Navy, Submarine D1, or Butch Benny Sinks Again.
Sinks?
You heard me. The scene opens on the deck of Submarine D1, which is... The scene opens on the deck of Submarine D1. Maybe we should have had a rehearsal. I don't know. Which is anchored off Panama and about to shove off for San Diego. Curtain. Music. Now, attention, men. This is the last leg of our journey, and we stand a very good chance of breaking a record. As soon as roll call is over, we're going to shove off. All right, men, fall in. Not in the water, Baker. Pull them out, fellas.
Aye, sir.
Hey, Baker, when I say fall in, that doesn't mean fall in the water.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
There, now, stay on deck after this. Now, attention, roll call. Slim Wilson.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lucky Baker.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sock Harris.
Aye, aye, Kerr.
Kerr. Just for that, Phil Harris, you're going to be put in the brig. Slug Livingston.
Aye, aye.
Aye, aye, what?
Move over, Phil.
Quiet. Rochester Van Jones.
Aye, aye, sir.
Butch O'Benny. Butch O'Benny.
That's you.
Oh, yes. Aye, aye, sir. Well, we're all set. Now, listen, men. We're shoving off for San Diego, and if you're all on your toes, we'll break the record. Remember what I told you last week. One false move on the part of any one of you might mean death to us all.
There's that word again.
All right, men, let's go.
Hey, wait for me.
Oh, Whistle Divine. Where have you been?
I was in town getting steamed up.
Well, get in your place under the funnel. Down below, men. We're leaving immediately.
Aye, sir.
All right, men, weigh anchor. Take charge, Wilson.
Aye, aye, Chief. Check air on manifold.
Check air on manifold.
One turn on starboard.
One turn on starboard.
One ham on rye.
One ham on quiet. Full speed ahead. We're off to San Diego.
1 week later, Submarine D1 is approaching the coast of California, cruising 60 feet below the surface.
Well, men, everything is going along fine. All we got to do is keep up our present speed.
Hey, Chief, we're slowing down.
We are?
Slowing down nothing. We've stopped.
Hey, Harris, what'd you stop the boat for?
There's a red light against us.
Red light? That's a lobster. Go right through.
All right, but if I get pinched, it's your fault.
Some navigator. Hey, Rochester.
You want me, boss?
Yeah, what are we going to have for lunch?
Clam juice, clam broth, clam chowder, and clam chops.
Clams, fish, seafood. Why don't we have pork chops once in a while?
If I could ever catch a pig in swimming, we will.
I haven't tasted meat for a week. Boy, how I'd like to sink my teeth into a nice, thick, juicy sirloin steak.
Can I have a bite?
You keep away from my steak.
Hey, boss.
Yes?
Do you want this dream rare or well done?
Rochester, get back to the galley. Hey, Slug.
Yes, Chief?
Where are you going with those curtains?
I'm going to hang them over my window. There's been a halibut peeking in all week.
A halibut peeking in? That's nothing to get upset about.
Oh, no. Last night he winked at me.
Oh, you're imagining things.
I am, eh? Then who sent me these water lilies?
Now get back to the periscope and keep your eyes open. I don't want any accidents. Hey, Baker, what do you got strapped on your back?
A parachute.
A parachute? What good is a parachute in a submarine?
My hammock's on the ceiling.
Now, don't open that thing in here. We're too crowded now. What's that?
A school of fish. They're having recess.
Oh, I thought it was the good humor man.
Hey, Chief.
What is it, Harris?
We'll have to slow down. We got engine trouble.
Engine trouble? You mean engine trouble?
I mean engine. There's a Navajo blanket caught in the propeller.
Oh, we must have picked that up in Albuquerque.
There you go again.
Well, we don't have to worry about propellers. We're nearing the coast. Are we all clear ahead, Slug?
Oh, Chief, we just received a radiogram from Admiral Mackenzie.
A radiogram? Let me have it, Wilson.
Aye, sir. What does it say?
It says, use extreme caution when entering San Diego. The harbor is filled with battleships, cruisers, and destroyers.
What, no water?
Quiet. Well, men, we're going to make that record. But we've got to take a chance. Are you with me?
Aye, sir.
Then full speed ahead.
Hey, Chief.
What is it, Harris?
There's a battleship directly ahead, and it's bearing down on us fast.
A battleship?
We'll be hit shore.
Doggone, where'd I put that rabbit's foot?
I'll handle this. We got to warn them. Hey, Slug, pull the whistle.
Aye, sir.
Woo! Woo!
They don't hear us. Pull the whistle again, louder.
Aye, sir.
Woo! Woo! And I do mean
They still don't hear us. What are we going to do?
You better think fast, Chief.
I got an empty main ballast tank. Reverse rear engine. Who keeps ringing those bells?
Jimmy Fiddler.
6 bells, we can't be that good. Harris, I gave you a command to stop. Are you reversing rear engine?
I don't know how.
Then what'll we do?
Hold on to your hats. We're going to crash.
Look out! Now, keep cool, men. I'll handle everything.
But, Chief, we're sinking fast.
I know we are. What does the gauge say, Rochester?
200 feet, sardines, herons, barracudas, and tuna. Going down.
Look at all that salt water pouring in. What'll we do?
Let's make some taffy.
We haven't time for that. We're still sinking.
300 feet, mackerel, pickerel, whales, sharks, and mountain trout. Going down.
The water's getting deeper in here. Hey, Wilson, man the pump.
We haven't got any.
Then somebody get me a blotter.
Ground floor, crabs, oysters, sand, seaweed, and thanks for the memory.
We've struck bottom. Have courage, men. Are you getting along all right?
Now, there's a silly question.
We can only make connection with the naval base. Gee, the water's up to my waist.
It's only up to my ankles.
Where's Kenny?
I'm standing on him.
And who am I standing on?
This ain't no hat I'm wearing.
We gotta do something, men, or we're doomed.
Why don't you call the Admiral to send help?
I can't. The phone is out of order. No, it isn't. That must be the Admiral now. We're saved. Hooray! I knew we'd come out all right. Hello.
Hello, is this the Orpheum Theater?
No, this is Submarine D1.
What's the other feature?
Everybody sinks. I'm so mad I could drown. Well, things look hopeless, men. I'm afraid there's no chance for us. But remember, we're in the service, fellas. So let's die like men.
I'm not old enough.
There'll be no exceptions.
Hey, Chief, look, there's someone coming toward...
Don't waste time, we're drowning.
Hey, Chief, look, there's someone coming toward us in a diving suit.
Let's see, you're right. He must have been sent to rescue us.
Hooray!
And just in time, thank heaven. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Have you saved your money all your life?
Yes, I have.
Well, ain't you sorry now? Goodbye.
Quick, grab him, fellas. I'll never get him in a better spot. Play, Phil. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, fellas, now that our play, Submarine D, is over, let's get out of this submarine and get out to the surface.
You better not do that, Jack.
Why not?
The Warner Brothers are waiting for you.
Oh, well, it's comfortable here. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute. This one's on me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who is today celebrating his 15th year in radio, my friend and your friend, Don Wilson. Well, take it, Don.
Well, thank you, Jack. And hello again. This is Don Wilson talking.
Attaboy.
Say, Jack, it's mighty sweet of you to give me that nice introduction. That's what I call a lovely, spontaneous gesture.
Well, Don, I couldn't help it. I read in the paper yesterday that this is your 15th anniversary. To be congratulated.
Well, why shouldn't I enjoy radio? You're such a swell fellow to work with. You're kind, considerate, lovable.
Generous?
No, lovable.
Well, even that's something. But tell me, Don, what was radio like 15 years ago? I mean, what were you doing then? Were you an announcer?
Oh, no, Jack. I started out in radio as a singer.
Oh, a singer, huh?
Oh, you should have heard me then. Yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, I don't mean maybe. Hey, that's my baby now. Chop!
Oh, a crooner, huh? So you started out in radio as a singer?
Yes, and then I thought I'd change to an announcer.
You thought? Listen, Don, Bing Crosby's horse has got a better voice than you have.
Well, he's got a trainer.
Oh, that's right. You know, Don, I don't recall ever hearing you sing. What was your name in those days? Was it Don Wilson?
Oh, no, Jack. I was part of a trio. We were known as the Three Melody Boys.
Oh, you were part of a trio. Mm-hmm. Who was the other fellow?
Oh, Jack, you can kid me all you want to about my weight now, but back in 23, I was much thinner. In fact, I was positively sylph-like.
Oh. Well, Don, a lot of food has gone over the dam since then. You know, I can't picture you ever being slim. You have such a big waistline.
Oh, I don't know. My stomach isn't so large.
It isn't?
No.
Well, just the same, I'd hate to have to knit you a girdle in a hurry. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations, Don.
Oh, thanks, old boy.
Say, Phil, that was quite a surprise to me. I didn't know that Don was in radio that long.
Oh, sure. I remember Don way back in the old days when I used to be a drummer in an orchestra.
Oh, yes, Phil, you were a drummer. Say, when did you give up the drums and become a leader?
When I lost one stick.
Well, you should have lost both. You know, I can't understand, with all the beautiful instruments in the world, like a violin, for instance, why anybody would take up drums.
Why not?
Well, there's no melody to a drum. Rat-tat-tat-tat, boom-boom, crash-bang, clink. The fine instrument sounds like Andy Devine eating celery in a boiler factory.
Well, your violin sounds like somebody giving a pig a hot foot.
Just the same, a violin is the king of instruments, and a drum is nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Did you ever see that famous painting called The Spirit of 76?
Yes, once on a calendar.
Well, what do you see in that picture? A flag, a fife, and a drum. You don't see a violin there.
Well, for your information, Phil, the fellow carrying the flag is a violinist.
Where's the violin?
His violin is in back of the flag.
Then why isn't he playing it?
Because he's behind in his union dues and shut up. You know, Phil, someday you're going to argue me right into a new band leader.
Hello, Jack. What are you mad about?
Oh, it's Don's 15th anniversary. I mean, Phil is quibbling with me again. Say, Mary, aren't you going to congratulate Don? This is his 15th year in radio.
I know. Say, Don.
Yes, Mary.
As soon as I read in the paper that this was your 15th anniversary, I went right home and wrote a poem in your honor.
Oh, it's mighty sweet of you, Mary.
Well, here we go, fellas. But I don't mind it tonight. Really, I don't. I think Don deserves a poem. What's the title of it, Mary?
Knickerbocker Hotel.
Knickerbocker Hotel? What's that got to do with Don?
He owes them a month's rent.
Oh. Well, go ahead with the poem, Mary. Look modest, Don.
Oh, Don Wilson, oh, Don Wilson. 15 years ago today, radio first swept the nation. Now you and it are here to stay.
Well, so far, that's very ungoofy, isn't it? Yes.
You were born in the town of Denver, in the mountains called the Rockies. Also born there was Paul Whiteman, but neither of you would make good jockeys.
Say, you must have done a lot of research there. Oh, Don, was Paul Whiteman born in Denver, too?
Yes, he was, Jack.
Well, incidentally, Phil, Paul Whiteman plays a violin, not a drum.
Who's Whiteman?
Oh, quiet. Go ahead with the poem, Mary.
Right. Oh, Don Wilson, oh, Don Wilson. With your laugh and smile and chuckle, for 15 years you've been announcing, and for words you've never stuckle.
Stuckle?
Yeah, I got stuck.
Oh. Go ahead, Mary, and good luck'll.
Oh, Don Wilson, oh, Don Wilson, you're the nicest man alive. How we love your cheeks so rosy, and your chin 3, 4, and 5.
Mary, Don's only got 2 chins.
Look under his collar.
Oh. Are you through, Mary?
No, one more verse.
Oh.
We salute you, dear old Wilson. You're blushing now, but you'll get paler. And we salute the stork who brought you, even though he used a trailer.
Well, that's very good. Wasn't that sweet, Don?
Oh, yes, it was. Thanks, Mary. I'm overwhelmed.
Well, say, I've got another idea. Phil, how about playing something now that was popular back in 1923 when Don made his debut in radio?
I got one already, Jack, and I dedicate it to good old Wilson.
Then hit it. Gee, I feel 15 years younger already. That was a medley of Darktown Strutter's Ball and Alexander's Ragtime Band, played by the orchestra with a surprise vocal by a reformed drummer. You know, Phil, for a guy that stays up all night like you do, your voice has a remarkably fresh quality.
I don't stay up all night.
You don't, eh? Why, that looked like an ad for Ye Goody Donut Shop. How's that, folks, huh?
You should talk. The bags under your eyes are so low it looks like your pants need pressing.
Now listen, Phil, and let this sink in. I could stay up all night and on my way home get hit by a taxi cab and still look better than you do.
Not if I was driving the cab.
Well, you should be driving a cab. You're yellow. Hey, that's a cigarette! Oh, that's a honey, isn't it?
Yeah, one more crack like that and you'll be looking at the world through rose-colored beefsteak.
Oh, I will, eh?
Now, boys, please. After all, this is my anniversary.
Oh, that's right, Don. I'm sorry. This is one day we should act like gentlemen.
Well, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, come on over here, Phil. Come on over and shake hands.
Put her there, Jack.
Ow! Gee whiz. I mean, you didn't have to break my hand.
That's just a sample.
Gee, my hand's a wreck. Now I won't be able to tear that telephone book in two at the party tonight. Oh, well. I can still recite my parody on Gunga Din. That always goes over, you know.
Gee, you love to show off when you're invited out, don't you, Jack?
Well, people expect me to be funny. After all, I'm a comedian.
Tell them what happened when you went to Carol Lombard's party the other night.
Now, don't start that.
Oh, what was it, Mary?
Oh, cut it out now. No.
Come on, tell us, Mary.
Well, Carol invited us over to her house the other night, and Jack thought he'd hand everybody a big laugh right away.
Oh, is that so?
So when we got there, he rang the bell. Then he stood on his head and started to bark like a dog.
Well, what of it?
And when they answered the door, was he embarrassed?
Why?
It was the wrong house.
Well, what's so funny about it? The man invited me in, didn't he?
No wonder it was a sanitarium.
Just the same, when I got to Carol's house, I was the life of the party, wasn't I? How about when I slid down the banister? I suppose they didn't laugh at that.
They wouldn't if that nail hadn't been there.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, Mary Livingston. You're nothing but a little tattletale.
Jack, please, remember, this is my anniversary.
Oh, of course, Don. I'm sorry. Oh, hello, Kenny. It's about time you came in.
Oh, I've been here all the time. I was over in the corner talking to myself.
Oh, you were? Was it an interesting conversation?
Not very. You know me.
That's right.
Say, Jack, I've got something on my mind, and I wonder if I can ask you about it.
Sure. What is it, Kenny? Said he, laying himself open to anything. What is it?
Well, my love life has gone haywire again.
Oh, the same old trouble, huh?
Yeah. My girl and her boyfriend are going to get married, and I'm plenty burned up.
Why, Kenny, you told me yourself that she liked the other fella. Why should you be upset?
They want me to buy the ring.
Well, that's what I call a lot of nerve. So they're going to get married, eh? Who's going to be the best man?
I don't know. I'm going to be the flower girl.
Well, Kenny, if you buy that ring, you ought to have your head examined. That girl is the most ungrateful gold digger I've ever heard of.
Now, wait a minute. That's almost my wife you're talking about.
Well, you're just crazy, that's all. What are you defending them for?
Oh, I don't know. They're a nice couple.
Yeah.
Right after they're married, they're going on an automobile trip, and they invited me to go along.
That's fine. Why should they invite you to go along on their honeymoon?
It's my car.
Oh, well, that explains everything. Your girl, your ring, your car.
If they move in with Kenny's folks, I'll scream.
Quiet, Mary. You'll throw them a thought. Well, Kenny, now that you've asked my advice about something which you won't take, how about doing your song?
Okay.
Of all the silly, stupid, idiotic kids I've ever known,
Now, Jack, please remember, this is my anniversary.
Oh, you and your old anniversary. I'm sorry I started it. Sing, Kenny. Anniversary. That was Chippy Chin, sung by Kenny Baker. Say, I never heard that before. That's a new one, isn't it, Kenny?
Yeah, it's a little Spanish number I picked up.
Has she got a friend, Kenny?
Shoo, Phil. And now, Don, let me tell you the real big surprise I've planned for you.
Gee whiz, I've had so much already.
Well, you heard Phil dedicate a number to you, and Mary wrote a poem in your honor. So now it's my turn.
Here comes the showboat.
Mary, see. Now, Don, as I announced last week, tonight, for a violin solo, I'm going to play Thanks for the Memory, written by Leo Robin and Ralph Ranger, the same boys who wrote Love and Bloom. Bless them. And, Don, I don't know of a more fitting occasion or a finer person to dedicate this number to than you. Thank you, highbrows. Oh, Phil, let me have a violin, will you?
Okay. Hey, Misha, let Mr. Benny have your violin.
Now it's Yasha's turn. Give him yours, Yasha.
No, Misha, give him yours.
Misha, Yasha, give me Herman's, anybody.
Here you are, Jack.
Thanks. Gee, you think I was going to ruin the violin. I only want it for a few minutes.
That's all it takes.
Well, I'm not going to break it. Gee, it's a little out of tune. Give me A, fellas. I said, hey, I'm not going to the post. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, in honor of Don Wilson's 15th radio birthday, I will play a song that will soon be sweeping the nation. Thanks for the Memory. Hit it, Phil.
Okay.
Wait a minute. See who that is, Mary.
Oh, Jack, it's Leo, Robin, and Ralph Ranger.
Oh, Leo and Ralph. Hello, fellas.
Hello, Jack.
Well, boys, you couldn't have picked a better time to drop in. I was just about to play your new song, Thanks for the Memory.
Yeah, we heard you announce it last week, and we thought we'd come over.
Oh, that's nice. That's awfully nice.
Say, Jack, we'd like to talk to you for a minute. Do you mind?
No. What is it, fellas?
If it's okay with you, we'd like to talk to you alone.
Oh, certainly. Mary, do you mind stepping out for a minute? You too, Kenny and Don.
Okay, sure. Take care.
You want me to go too, Jack?
No, you stay here, Phil. After all, there are two of them. All right, boys. What's on your mind?
Well, Jack, I don't know how to start.
Let me handle this, Ralph.
My goodness, what's all this fuss about?
You know, Jack, we wrote Thanks for the Memory just a short time ago.
Uh-huh.
It's fairly well known now, but it hasn't reached the peak of its popularity yet.
Well, if there's anything I can do, boys,
You know,
I'll...
that song means more to us than anything we've ever written.
Well, I appreciate that.
And we wouldn't want anything to happen that would stunt its growth.
Stunt its growth? Well, I'm not going to smoke when I play it, fellas. Now, come on, just what are you driving at?
Well,
Well, what? Come on, get down to brass tacks.
all right. How much do you want not to play Thanks for the Memory?
What?
We'll give you $200.
Oh, trying to offer me money, eh? Do you boys remember what I did for your other song, Love and Bloom?
Yeah, I wish we had money then.
So you offer me $200, eh? Well, boys, all I can say is you've placed a fellow musician in a pretty embarrassing position.
Will you take $250?
Don't tempt me! Now listen, boys, tonight I'm going to play Thanks for the Memory. And you're going to stay right here and listen to it. And when I finish, your song will reach heights beyond your wildest dreams.
300!
Nothing doing, fellas. Come on in, everybody. Now, quiet. I don't want any disturbance. Announce me, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny will play his own arrangement of Robin and Ranger's latest song success, Thanks for the Memory.
And a trip to Catalina.
I've been to Catalina. Been to Catalina. Isn't that beautiful, folks? How can such rats write such sweet music?
What a song. I'll bet they don't even like it in Waukegan.
They do, too. All right, boys, hit it. Give it everything, fellas.
for the memory from the big broadcast of 1938. Well, boys, did you hear that applause? Now what have you got to say?
Congratulations, Jack. You did a great job.
Thanks, Jack, old boy. That was a very pleasant surprise.
And you were trying to buy me off. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
You should have taken the money, Jack.
I'll get them on their next song. Play, Phil. And we're with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Leo and Ralph, thanks very much for coming up here, and I hope that my humble effort has given Thanks for the Memory a little jolt.
We think it did.
So long, Jack.
So long, boys, and thanks. Well, Mary, now that it's all over, give me an honest opinion. How was my solo tonight?
It sounded like Rubinoff and your violin.
Well, that's not bad, believe me. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you...
Hold it a minute, Don. How about letting me introduce myself tonight, just for a change? You know, something different.
Oh, sure, Jack, but what's the idea?
Well, Don, every week you always say some ridiculous thing that starts me off with a handicap. Now, I think there ought to be a little more dignity to these introductions.
All right, Jack, all right, you take it.
That was I Love to Whistle, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of the sweetest guys in the world. That sparkling personality and all-around good fella, Jack Benny. Thanks, Jack. It's all right, kid. You deserve it. You see, Don, an introduction like that gives me the right kind of a build-up so that I can carry on with a feeling of confidence.
Yes, but, Jack, I could have introduced you the same way.
I know, Don, but I sound more sincere. You know, it rings true.
Yes, but it also sounds a little egotistical, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
I think Don's right, Jack. It sounded pretty conceited to me.
You don't say, Phil.
Yes, bragging like that is in very bad taste. Now, if my orchestra just finished the number, I personally would never turn around and say it was great.
No, Phil, neither would anyone else. With that gang of cadenza butchers, you ought to be glad to be working at all.
Listen, Jack, it's your own fault. When I was hired for this job, you said you wanted me and 17 men. You didn't specify musicians.
I know, Phil, but you told me you were a leader of a band.
Well, so was Robin Hood, but he didn't have to worry about music.
Anyway, it's a fine bunch of boys you've got. I accidentally dropped my cigar a few minutes ago, and I had to fight off your whole orchestra to get it back.
Well, they thought you were through with it.
I nearly killed that for you, didn't I? Oh, well.
And incidentally, now that we're discussing my job, I'm getting pretty tired of matching you double or nothing for my salary every week.
Well, don't blame me, Phil, if you're unlucky matching coins.
Well, it's been going on for 8 weeks. There's something funny about it.
Oh, no, there isn't. You stand just as much chance as I do, so let's forget it. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the trouble now?
Oh, the same thing. Phil's beefing as usual. I never saw such a guy.
Ain't it the truth?
Yeah.
Say, Jack.
What is it?
Can I borrow that $50 of yours?
What $50?
You know, the one with the 2 heads on it.
Mary.
Oh, I get it. A crooked $50. All right, wise guy. You cheated me out of 8 weeks' salary.
Now, listen, Phil. Don't get hasty.
Why, you...
Now, wait a minute. This may sound fishy, but if you want to know something, I've been saving that money for you.
Jack's building a new house, too.
Quiet. Of course I'm building a house, but it's with my own money. You ought to see it. I've got 2 beautiful coconut palm trees right in front. And it's all mine, not Phil's.
Just the same, I'll bet the coconuts have wavy hair.
Now, you're just trying to be funny.
Well, that's fine. The house that my Jack built.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Yeah, I didn't know that was going to get such a laugh there. Now, Phil, look, let me ask you something. You've known me a long time, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Jack.
Well, do you think for 1 minute I would ever stoop as low as to cheat you out of your hard-earned money?
Definitely.
Now, that's gratitude for you.
Gratitude? Why should you want to save my money for me?
Because you're always throwing it away. What are you going to have when you get old?
Rheumatism, the same as you.
a smart answer, Phil, but I haven't got rheumatism.
Gee, do you always groan when you walk?
Listen, Mary, the only time you ever heard me groan was yesterday when I had my shoes on the wrong feet.
Well, how'd you happen to do that, Jack?
Oh, I don't know. I must have had my legs crossed when I put them on.
Not meaning to change the subject, Jack, but what about that dough you owe me?
Well, Phil, I don't want to have to prove my honesty, but as long as you're so suspicious, here's a bank book with your name on it. Here, take it and keep it. It's the last time I'll ever try to help anybody.
Well, gee, how did I know you
Oh,
were
don't apologize. Go ahead and play a number. We'll forget about it.
Okay.
Can you imagine that, Mary? That's appreciation for you.
Well, Jack, let me ask you something. Do you save your money?
Yes, I do.
Save it. Jack even carries it around with him.
Oh, Mary, I do not.
Then what's that big lump in your sock?
That's my long underwear.
Well, it's got Lincoln's picture on it.
Fine thing, Mary, giving away my hiding place. Now I'll have to get a burglar alarm for my garter.
Why don't you keep your money in the bank?
Because it's none of your business. See, I've had just about enough from you, Mary Livingston, of all the meddling busybodies.
Oh, Jack, please, remember, this is my anniversary.
That was last week. Play, Phil. It's a wonder I'm not in a sanitarium. That was Dipsy Doodle, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a long play tonight, without further ado...
Say, Jack,
Yeah?
I was just looking over this bank book. Are you sure there's 8 weeks' salary here?
Yes, there is.
Well, one deposit is 15 cents short.
All right, so I had an ice cream soda. It doesn't hurt you to treat your business manager once in a while. Here's your 15 cents.
Oh, that's all right. I just thought I'd mention
Oh,
it.
no. Here's your 15 cents. Take it.
No, Jack, you keep it.
Nothing doing, Phil. Here, take it.
Don't be silly. Keep it.
Jack's gonna win, folks.
Stay out of this, Mary. You've caused enough trouble for one night.
Oh, Jack, look at Kenny over there. I wonder what's the matter with him.
Where? Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing.
Well, don't stand there like a pallbearer. What's the matter with you?
Well, last Thursday night they gave out the Academy Award for the Best Movie Actor, and I didn't get it.
Now, there's a shock. Who did get the award, Kenny?
Oh, some guy named Tracy.
Tracy? Well, that's Spencer Tracy, and he deserves it. You've only been in pictures a short time, Kenny. What do you expect?
Well,
I've been in pictures for years. I didn't win the award.
You couldn't win it if it was on a punch board.
I'm not talking to you. Anyway, Kenny, don't worry about it. Your time will come.
it better.
You know, I'm the one who should really be upset about the award. See, I just missed it by a hair. Gosh, I missed it by a hair last year, too.
You'll have to miss it by something else pretty soon.
Oh, I don't know. Let me tell you something, Kenny. You have to have a great dramatic part to be eligible for such a high honor.
Well, what about that great scene I had in the Golden Follies?
The Golden Follies?
Yes, you know. That big scene in the lunch wagon where I was eating all those hamburgers.
Kenny, you can't get an Academy Award for eating hamburgers.
You can't?
No.
Well, this is a fine country.
No, I don't know why I waste my time explaining anything here.
You know, Jack, I always thought you did a swell job in pictures. How come you've never been honored with an Academy Award?
Well, Don, there's a lot in the part you play. Now, if I'd have been cast in Captains Courageous like Spencer Tracy, I'd have had a good chance. You know, a story of the sea gives you a great opportunity for dramatic acting.
Well, if you're so confident, why didn't you go over to MGM and try to get the part?
I did try. I walked up and down in front of that studio for a month with a sailor suit on. Gee, if they can't take a hint, what can I do?
You must have looked silly parading up and down in the sailor suit.
Silly? It was embarrassing. The restaurant next door thought I was picketing their navy bean soup. Oh, well, all we can do is try. We must never be discouraged. And now, folks, we... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of congratulating you on winning the Academy Award.
Thank you very much, but I didn't win.
Gee, you ought to get a new jockey. Goodbye.
That guy. If he comes in here once more, I'll put sneeze powder in his bubble gum. Whatever that'll do. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny Little Theater Movement will present an original courtroom melodrama entitled Death in the Nightclub, or Sally, Irene, and Murder.
I thought that picture was Sally, Irene, and Mary.
Don't forget, Fred Allen's in it. Now, Fred wasn't listening in, I'll scream. Now, on the night of February 16th, Mr. Hamilton J. Vance, a Wall Street broker, was murdered in the Hotsy Totsy nightclub. Mr. Vance was just about to finish his dinner when somebody served him a lead demi-tass.
Who killed him?
I'm coming to that. A notorious gangster known as Three Tonsil Divine, alias Scar Voice Andy, was suspected and immediately placed under arrest, but denied any connection with the crime.
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
That remains to be seen, Andy, and hello.
Hiya, Buck.
Now, I will play the part of Fearless John Benny, a district attorney who has just sent more people up the river than the Albany night boat. Kenny Baker will be my assistant, which is at least 2 strikes. And Don Wilson will be the attorney for the defense.
Say, Jackie, and I going to be in this?
Oh, sure, Phil. You can play the part of the orchestra leader of the Hotsy Totsy Club.
Why can't I be the victim so I can lay down?
What a lazy guy. You'll be the orchestra leader, and I'll get you a windshield wiper for a baton so you won't have to wave it.
All right, the first number will be Singing in the Rain.
Oh, shush.
What am I going to be, Jack?
Well, Mary, you're going to play a double role. First, my sweet little secretary, Millicent Livingston. Ready?
Would you like to sign these letters, Mr. Benny?
That's very good. And second, that of a hard-boiled nightclub dancer, Gertie La Strip. Try that one.
Lay off me a third degree and rat, or I'll let you have it, see?
My, you're a regular Edna G. Robinson. But, Mary, don't play it quite so tough. Be a little sweeter. I want something between Shirley Temple and a lady cab driver. And now, folks, for our courtroom murder drama, we'll go on immediately after Kenny Baker's song. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
Sweet is a song, and I dedicate it to the women of America.
All of them? Well, you little masher. Mary, help me stack up these law books, will you, kid? Yes, sir. That was Sweet as a Song, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, wait a minute. How was that?
Very good, Kenny. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Thanks.
Quiet. We will present our dramatic highlight, Death in the Nightclub. The scene opens in the office of the district attorney, Fearless John Benny. It is the last day of the big trial of Three Tonsil Divine, and Benny is making last-minute preparations before entering the courtroom. Curtain. Music. Well, Miss Livingston, I think I'm ready. Now, let's see. Here's the gun. That's Exhibit A. There's the bullet, Exhibit B. What's this awful-looking thing here?
That's your lunch, Exhibit C. There's the phone, D.A.
Well, get off my lap and answer it.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes, all right, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Your wife.
Oh, my wife, eh? What does she want?
She says if you don't get rid of me, she's going to black your Exhibit I.
Well, I can't worry about her. I got this trial on my mind. Have you got those notes that you took at the coroner's inquest?
Yes, sir.
Well, read them to me.
It says that since the corpus delicti was found in a state of rigor mortis, it's a clear case of non-compos mentis, ipso facto, and to wit.
Oh, to wit, eh? That'll hang 'em. Who's there?
Kenny Baker, Exhibit Me.
Oh, come in. Well, Baker, did you get those fingerprints I sent you out for?
No, but oh boy, have I got a clue.
What'd you find out?
Well, I was up at the Hotsy Totsy Club snooping around, and the head waiter came over and gave me a kick in the pants.
Gave you a kick in the pants? What does that have to do with this case?
Well, at least we got footprints.
That's fine evidence. Well, come on, Baker. We got work to do. And in less than 3 hours, that jury will bring in a verdict of guilty, or my name ain't Fearless John.
popcorn and hot dogs. Can't enjoy the trial without a hot dog.
Hear ye, hear ye. This court is now in session. Judge Schlepperman presiding. Everybody rise.
Hello, everybody. Sit down and be quiet, please. We will now continue with the case of the steak versus the wine. Shall we proceed, gentlemen?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The state is ready, Your Honor.
That's fine. Now go to your corners, gentlemen, and come out fighting.
Now, as my first witness, I'd like to call the orchestra leader of the Hotsy Totsy Club to the stand, Mr. Corny Harris. Swear Mr. Harris in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, man.
Now, Mr. Harris, how long have you and your orchestra been playing at the Hotsy Totsy Club?
12 years, but for the last 6, we've been wanting to leave.
Well, why didn't you?
We can't get the bass drum through the door.
12 years in one place, eh? What's the name of your orchestra?
Corny Harris and his stationary gypsies.
I see. Now listen, Corny. You and the defendant, Three Tonsil Divine, are very, very good friends, are you not?
I object.
The objection is kosher.
All right, then I'll put it this way. Harris, how long have you known the defendant, Three Tonsil Divine?
I object.
Kenny, you're on my side.
Oh.
He objects.
Objection overlooked.
Now answer this. How long have you known the defendant, Three Tonsil Divine?
Stop yelling or give me back my 15 cents.
Oh, your witness, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Harris, I'd like to ask you just one question.
Yes, sir?
Where do you have your hair done?
Fifi's Beauty Shoppy.
I object! Your Honor, Fifi's Beauty Shop is irrelevant, immaterial, and advertising.
Quiet, I'm Fifi.
Oh, I see. A sideline. Huh?
No more questions.
Popcorn, peanuts, and programs. Can't tell a district attorney from a crook without a program.
Your Honor, the state would now like to call on the dancer at the Hotsy Totsy Club, Miss Gertie Lastrip.
Ah, now they're getting someplace.
Take the stand, Miss Lastrip.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
What do you think, big boy?
Oh, what a hot patootie.
Now, Miss Lastrip, you're a dancer at the Hotsy Totsy Club, is that right?
Yes, you mind if I take off my hat?
No. And on the night of the murder...
You mind if I take off my coat?
No. And on the night of the murder, you were dancing, weren't you?
You mind if I take off my
Yes,
hat?
I do.
Please, let her alone. It's warm in here.
A fine judge. Now, Miss Lastrip, where do you live?
At the Mart.
What's the address?
33 West 52nd Street.
What's your apartment?
For heaven's sake, get to the phone number, please.
All right, what's your phone number, Miss Lastrip?
Gladstone, 2875.
Where'd you get that number, Baker?
I won it in a raffle.
And now, Miss Lastrip, tell us in your own words what happened on the night of the murder.
Well, I was right in the middle of my bubble dance when a man came in with a gun and fired a shot at Mr. Vance. Well, I could have died. Mr. Vance did.
So you saw the murder. How many times was Van shot?
Just once.
Vance, eh? And where was he shot?
Goodbye, nothing. Auf Wiedersehen.
And now, Your Honor, I'd like to call the defendant, Three Tonsil Divine, to the stand.
Swear in the defensive, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
No, sirree, I don't.
Oh, come on.
No, sir.
Oh, do it for me, will you, Andy?
Oh, no, if I tell the truth, you'll hang me.
Don't be silly, Andy. There's an electric chair in this state.
Well, you better put rockers on it. I'm old-fashioned.
Well, I'll have to question you anyway. Now listen, Three Tonsil. You were in the Hotsy Totsy Club on the night of the murder, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I went up to see Ma. She's a chorus girl there.
Your Ma, a chorus girl?
Yeah, Snake Hips Divine.
All right, then tell me this. And pull down your pants leg. That won't sway the jury. Now tell me, you hated Hamilton Vance, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You were seen leaving the Hotsy Totsy Club with a gun in your hand, so what are you stalling for? You killed Vance and you're gonna fry. You're gonna burn. You're gonna sizzle.
Gosh!
You haven't got a chance to bind, so you might as well confess. You murdered Hamilton J. Vance.
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
Oh, stop crying. Here, take my handkerchief.
Thanks, Buck.
I can't get anywhere with this guy. I only had some new evidence.
Hey, D.A.
What is it, Baker?
I was just out in the hall and I met the bartender from the Hotsy Totsy Club.
You did?
Yeah, he saw everything and he wants to talk.
At last, our key witness. Nice work, Baker.
Right this way, Mr. Nazaro.
At last, I'll cinch this case. Take the stand, Mr. Nazaro. Now, you're the bartender at the Hotsy Totsy Club. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Then tell us exactly what you saw on the night of the murder.
Well, I was mixing a scotch and soda and a shot rang out.
Yes?
So I looked up and raised 6 feet in Portsmouth and went right in to get myself a cigarette and went outside of mine. Of course, I haven't seen it anymore. It was faded, man, and I feel so bored. And even see the final sit there. Well, it was awful.
What was awful?
I'm telling you, that Mrs. Germ's secret page, right? The only secret in the United States is made right of it, but it's gone.
Look,
and ran right into the Princess.
Will you talk English? What did you see?
I told you. The famous secret part was sailing out back and ran right into the secret page and sell it. Ever since I was back.
What? What was that?
Somebody just shot the judge.
Hooray! We've got a new case. Play, Phil. Vance was probably a rat anyway. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, you were very good tonight. I thought you played that double role beautifully. And just for that, you're going to get 2 checks this week.
You mean I get double salary?
No, I'm just splitting it. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. For now, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow being the first day of spring, we bring you Sulphur, Molasses, and Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your little spring tonic coming to you. So open your mouth, swallow, and make a face. Now, that wasn't bad, was it?
You know, Jack, it's nice to see spring rolling around again.
Yes, it is, Don. Trees are budding, flowers are beginning to bloom, bears and good humor men are coming out of hibernation.
Yes, sir, and birds are coming back from the south.
Oh, flocks of them. And you know, Don, yesterday I saw a robin in our backyard who just flew in from Miami.
How did you know he was from Miami?
He was building a nest with tickets from Hialeah Park. You know, Don, one thing about the beginning of spring, it sure peps you up, doesn't it?
Oh, I've noticed that too, Jack. It makes you feel lively and energetic.
Energetic? Why, Don, when I popped out of bed this morning and started to dress, I laced my shoes and didn't miss one single hole. But honestly, Don, isn't spring the most marvelous time of the year? I mean, you walk out in the country and see babbling brooks, rabbits scampering around, snakes coming out of their holes.
Did you call me Jack?
No, Phil.
Oh, then I'll crawl back in again.
Yeah, by all means. Hey, Phil, wait a minute. I nearly forgot. You know, I'm not going to be able to use your orchestra on next week's broadcast.
You're not? Why?
Well, listen, Phil. You too, Don. I've got a surprise for you. Tomorrow, I'm leaving for New York.
New York?
Yes, I'm just going for a little pleasure trip, see a few shows, and next Sunday I'm going to broadcast from there.
Well, aren't we going with you?
No, Don, you're all going to get a week off. You, Kenny, Mary, and Phil.
Does that mean I'm not going to get my check next week?
Well, I won't tell you, Phil, but don't be surprised if your bank book misses a beat. You'll just have to forget 1 week's salary.
Oh, I'm supposed to forget, eh?
Yes.
Well, with the amount you pay me, I won't have to join the Foreign Legion.
Oh, I don't know. You do all right.
Well, say, Jack, who's going to be your announcer in New York next Sunday?
Well, Don, Harry Von Zell promised to help me out, and he's such an effervescent type. I think he'll be swell, don't you?
Well, yes, if you like that sort of stuff.
Now, of course, you'll have to admit that he is very popular.
You mean with me or with the public?
With the public, and they ought to know. Von Zell is an extremely capable announcer.
I know, Jack, but I just can't picture Harry saying, Jell-O is America's favorite dessert. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. It won't come from the heart.
Oh, it won't, eh? Well, it better. And I'll tell you who else we... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Did you have a nice time in New York?
I'm not going till tomorrow, Kenny. Anyway, how did you know I was leaving for New York?
You borrowed a suitcase from me.
Oh, yes, I forgot all about that. And say, Kenny, that's a very unusual bag. It's the only suitcase I ever saw with legs on it.
Well, it's made out of fresh alligator.
Oh, that's why the handle snapped at me. A fine thing. A live alligator suitcase. How am I going to get my clothes in?
Wait till it yawns.
Well, I'll manage somehow.
By the way, Jack, as long as I'm not going with you, what orchestra are you going to use next Sunday?
Anyone but Abe Lyman. His music is all right, but I don't want that thug hanging around me.
Thug?
Yes. I'm going to New York for a vacation, not a breakdown.
Why, Jack, you might have had a little trouble with Lyman, but, he's not so tough.
He's not, eh? Last fall when he was here, he gave me a slap on the back, and my socks changed feet. I don't want any part of that guy.
Well, you'll have to have music. Who are you going to get?
Well, there's Whiteman and Olson, Bester. Of course, Stokowski is in Italy. I can't get him. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
When Stokowski comes back, is Garble going to sing with his band?
Yes, Kenny, if they can get Heifetz to play the bazooka.
Bazooka? What's that?
I don't know. Say, Phil, have you got any bazookas in your band?
No, just palookas.
Oh. Well, tell him to put down that jug and get ready for Kenny's song. What's it going to be tonight, Kenny?
A little number called I See Your Face Before Me.
Well, that's all right, Kenny. Give him high-class stuff all the time. Hit it, Phil. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy.
It's collecting. Am I going to have trouble?
Never mind that. How much is it?
$1.54.
Here you are. Collect. I wonder who it's from. Hey, fellas, it's from Abe Lyman.
Lyman? What does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, understand you are coming east next week. I suggest that you use my band if you want to see New York from both eyes. We'll meet you at the station with my car and an ambulance. Take your choice. Sincerely yours, Abe. Well, how do you like that for a threat? Who does he think he's bluffing, anyway? Or who does he... Sing, Kenny, and I'll use the band I want to use. They're not going to... That was I See Your Face Before Me, sung by Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, I won't be able to hear you now until a week after next. I suppose you'll be listening in next Sunday, eh?
Yeah. But say, Jack, who's going to take my place?
Well, Kenny, this is really a surprise and a thrill. You'll never guess who's promised to come and sing for you and be just as good as you are.
Lawrence Tibbett?
No, it's not a man.
Grace Moore?
No.
Jeanette McDougal?
That's Jeanette McDonald, but it's not her. We're going to have Kate Smith.
Kate Smith?
Yes, sir. Isn't that swell? And that's not the only surprise. You know who else is coming on the program?
Al Smith.
No. As a special treat, we're going to have Fred Allen. Gee, it'll be good to see that lovable old louse again. He's a pretty good guy at that.
Well, how do you know Allen will appear, Jack? Did you ask him?
Ask Freddie. Why, he'll be tickled to death to go on with me. I bet he can hardly wait till I get to New York. And, Don, believe it or not, we're going to have Bob Ripley, too. How's that?
Swell.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Well, Mary, I'm glad you dropped in before we went off the air. Where were you?
Oh, I went for a long walk and just sort of lost myself. Isn't spring wonderful, Jack?
Yeah.
Hats are budding in the windows. Dresses are beginning to bloom.
Yeah, I know. And Hattie Carnegie is coming out of hibernation. Say, that's a new bonnet you've got on there now, isn't it, Mary?
Uh-huh. Made it myself. Isn't it cute?
Yes, but it's got a lot of stuff on it and such colors. Where'd you get the idea?
From a fresh vegetable place.
Oh, yes, I see that poached egg on top there. You know, Mary, women's hats this season are certainly the limit. Most of them look like something to eat.
Yeah, you ought to see my new pork and beanie.
Say, Don, can you imagine if men wore the kind of hats that women do?
Wouldn't it be awful?
Yeah, imagine walking into a store. How do you do, sir? I'd like to see something in a bacon and tomato Stetson. No mayonnaise on the crown. Please.
Would you care for a pickle in the hat band?
Sweet or sour?
Well, dill is very popular this season.
Oh, I don't know what kind to get, but I do want a hat that's nourishing.
Why don't you get a New England boiled fedora?
Well, you're not kidding, Mary. That's just about how silly women's hats are.
Oh, Mary, did Jack tell you that he's going to New York tomorrow?
Oh, sure. Are you going to have a girl on the program, Jack?
Well, Mary, Kate Smith has promised to help me out. First, she's going to read Kenny's lines. Then she's going to sing Kenny's song. Then she's going to play your part. And then you know what else she's going to do?
Collapse.
No. But she will be very busy there.
Is she going to take tickets at the door, too?
Of course not. NBC has well-trained ushers for that. And I hope they let me in this time.
I'll bet you're all excited about going. What orchestra are you going to use?
Well, Mary, I haven't decided yet. It's between Paul Whiteman and Abe Lyman. Of course, Lyman is in New York right now.
Uh-oh, the telegram's working.
Well, Lyman is in New York.
So is Paul Whiteman.
I know, but Lyman is thinner than Whiteman, and it's a small studio. And besides that, Abe has a trombone in his orchestra.
Well, of course, every orchestra has a trombone.
I know, but his has a derby hat.
But all trombones use derby hats.
Well, this one fits me, and let's drop it. You see, Mary, Phil thinks I'm hiring Lyman because he threatened me in a telegram.
Did he scare you?
Why should I be scared of him? If you want to know something, Mary, Abe wears a charm bracelet.
Well, watch out. There's a blackjack on it.
Just the same, that wire had nothing to do with my decision.
Well, suppose Whiteman threatened you.
Don't worry about that. Abe and I will take care of him. And by the way, I better answer Lyman's telegram. He was nice enough to offer his services. Take a wire, Mary.
Okay.
Dear Abe.
Abe. How do you spell that? A-P-E?
No, A-B-E. For heaven's sake, don't make that mistake. Goodness. 8. That's all I need.
Well, you told me he looked like one.
I did not. I merely said that if he went to the zoo and fell in the monkey cage, they'd have a little trouble sorting him out. That's all I said. I've never referred to Lyman as an 8.
Well, you're going to pay him off in peanuts, aren't you?
Oh, quiet. Now write the telegram. Dear Abe, regarding your offer to appear on my program next Sunday night, I will consider the matter if you keep your price and temper down. Furthermore, I must insist that you come to rehearsal on time, if you can make it. Stop. In conclusion, if these conditions are met, I will give the matter further consideration. Have you got that, Mary?
Yes.
Then read it back to me.
Dear Abe, the job is yours.
It's not what I said, but let it go. Oh, wait, put another line in there. Please see that the boys in your orchestra eat their lunch before we go on the air. Because last time I was broadcasting knee-deep in herringbone.
Say, Jack, did Lyman's boys really eat during your broadcast?
Yes, they did, Phil.
Take out your dinner pails, man. We're as good as they are.
Hey, cut that out! Now, that'll be all, Mary. Just sign my name.
Shall I send the wire collect, Jack?
No, I better pay for it. He's liable to kill the messenger boy. Well, I'm all set now. I've got my orchestra, singer, announcer. I'll take it. Hello? Long distance? Yes, I'll take it. I wonder who it can be. I hope there's no... Hello? Oh, hello, Fred. It's Fred Allen, fellas. Well, say, Fred, it'll be nice having you on my program next Sunday night. What? Well, look, Fred, none of the others are asking anything. I said nobody else is getting anything for it. Well, this isn't like you, Fred. Aren't you being just a wee bit mercenary? Oh, all right, I'll give it to you. Yes, you can take my word for it. You'll get it before the broadcast. So long. What a guy.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Oh, Alan won't go on the program unless I give him my Boy Scout knife. I hope he cuts himself on the bottle opener.
He wants your Boy Scout knife.
Yeah, gee, I hate to give it up. I've had it since I was a tenderfoot. Oh, well. He's not going to get the chain anyway. Say, fellas, I got to run home now and get ready, so carry on with the show, will you? I haven't even started packing yet.
I'll come along and help you, Jack.
Thanks, Mary.
I'll come too, Jack.
No, Kenny, you'll only be in the way.
Well, it's my alligator, and I'm going to pack it.
Oh, all right. Come along. Play, Phil. Gee, I hate to give up that knife. I just had it sharpened, too.
That was Who Stole the Jam, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks, we switch you over to Jack's house where he is preparing for his trip to New York.
Now, let's see. I've got my dark suit, 2 pair of shoes, my razor, shaving cream. Oh, Mary, did you pack my toothbrush?
Yes, it's in the box with your extra teeth.
My extra teeth, where?
Right there.
Those are my new cufflinks. Extra teeth.
Jack, where are your neckties and handkerchiefs?
Mary's packing them, aren't you, Mary?
Yes, I put away your handkerchiefs, ties, socks, and cigars.
I don't want my cigars packed. It's such a long trip, they'll get dry.
No, they won't. I put them in the bowl with the goldfish.
Mary, my pets aren't going to New York with me.
They're not?
No.
Then I better take the canary out of the hot water bottle.
What? Why, Kenny, the bird will suffocate in that hot water bottle.
He will not. I punched holes in it.
I knew I should have left you in the studio. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, sir?
How are you coming along with the wardrobe trunk?
Okay, boss, I'm almost finished.
You know, it's liable to be pretty cold in New York this time of year. I wonder if I should buy some long underwear.
Don't bother, I sewed leggings on your shorts.
I suppose you glued earmuffs on my derby.
No, I put them on your toupee.
Well, they'll fit snugger that way. Say, Rochester, you made my reservations on the train all right, didn't you?
Yeah, I got your drawing room B in car 57.
A drawing room? I told you I wanted a lower berth so I could get some air. Fine thing.
Take the drawing room. Kenny will punch holes in it.
I never can get what I want. What am I going to do with a big drawing room?
Maybe you can sublet it.
For this, I'll take care of the important things myself.
I wish you would. I'm all in.
All in? I don't work you so hard, Rochester.
I never get any time off.
You don't, eh?
Why, the other night when I was walking into my sleep, you stuck a vacuum cleaner in my hand.
Well, I figured as long as you're wearing out the rug, you might as well clean it. What are you laughing at?
Look what Kenny just packed in your suitcase.
Kenny, take that mouse trap out of my grip.
The mouse, too?
Yeah. You got everything in there but the family album. Oh, say, Rochester, you have to drive me down to the station in the morning, so you better put the luggage in the car tonight.
I think you better take a cab, Mr. Benny.
Why, what's the matter with the car?
We got a flat.
A flat? Well, you can fix that before morning.
No, sir. This is the whole rear end.
Fine thing. How did that happen?
Well, I was backing out of the garage this morning. You know that big concrete post that stands up in front of the driveway?
Yeah?
Well, it's laying down now.
Well, see that it's fixed before I get back. Answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Jack, the grips are all packed and ready to go. You want to lock your trunk?
No, I gotta wait till Schlepperman brings my tuxedo. I had to have it cleaned and pressed.
Cleaned and pressed, that old thing?
Oh, my tuxedo isn't so old.
Go on, there's a moth in there with rheumatism in both wings.
Mary, I know the moth you're referring to, and he's not that old.
He isn't, eh?
No.
Then why do you feed him milquetoast?
Leave me alone and don't drag Herman into this. Oh, hello, Andy. Huh?
Hiya, Buck. Just thought I'd drop in to say goodbye to you. Gee, I wish I was going along.
So do I, Andy. Why don't you come?
Well, Buck, we're awful busy right now on the farm. We got a lot of plowing to do, and besides that, our goat just had a blessed event.
He did. That's funny. I didn't see anything in Winchell's column about it.
Me neither. He must be slipping.
Well, Andy, I imagine you're pretty busy this time of year at that, huh?
Yes, sir. Ma's doing her spring cleaning, and when I left the house, she was washing Pa's beard.
I see. Huh?
You ought to come up later. There's going to be a lot of fun.
There will?
Yeah, she's going to put it through the ringer.
Say, I'd like to be there at that.
Well, here's a ticket. Everybody's coming. Well, Buck, I think I'll be running along now. Hope you have a nice trip.
Thanks, Andy. So long.
So long, Buck. Don't let them sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. That's a hot one.
Ah, good old Andy. Nice of him to drop over, huh?
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
Where are your scissors?
Here, what do you want them for?
I want to trim your suitcase. There are a lot of neckties sticking out.
Well, don't be so lazy. Open it and tuck them in. Answer the door. Now, let's see. What else? There's my overnight bag. That's all set. And... Oh, Rochester. Hey, what's this in my hat box?
I thought you might get hungry, so I made some Jell-O in it.
That's fine, but you should have taken my hat out first. If I was alone, I'd have been through an hour ago.
Hello, Jackie boy.
Oh, hello, Schlep. Did you bring my tuxedo?
Here it is, a fugitive from a rummage sale.
Well, give it to me. Now, look, Schlep, look at that lapel. I told you to take the stains out, and they're still there.
What stains? There are stains remover spots. That's what they are.
Well, it looks worse than when I gave it to you. Now, let's see. Here's the pants, the coat. Hey, where's the vest?
I left it in my shop.
Well, why didn't you bring it with you?
It was too weak to make the trip.
Go right back and get it. Here, Rochester, put my tuxedo in the trunk, huh?
Yes, sir, I got it.
Hey, don't fold it. It's brittle.
All right, Schlep, how much do I owe you?
Well, now, let me see. Are you in a good mood, or do you want to talk turkey?
Never mind the turkey. What do I owe you?
Well, pressing is 50 cents. For you, 45.
Yes.
Dry cleaning is 75 cents. For you, 80.
I'm even again.
80 and 45 is $1.50.
80 and 45 is $1.25.
Well, I took a chance.
Well, for this job, all you get is $1. Here.
All right, I'll see you for the rest. And this will when I work, I'm happy like a turkey.
It's a fine mess he made out of my tuxedo.
Look, Jack, it's on the floor.
On the floor? Rochester, I told you to put this suit in the trunk.
I did, but the new one keeps throwing it out.
Well, don't get funny and put it in the trunk and lock it up.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a relief. Now I'm all set to go. Say, Mary, how about you and I going out and getting a bite to eat, eh?
Okay, Jack, I'm starved.
Come on. You too, Kenny. Hey, where's Kenny? Oh, Kenny, where are you?
Here I am. Let me out.
Good heavens, Rochester locked him in the trunk. Rochester, open it and let Kenny out.
The keys are in there, too.
You locked the keys in the trunk. That's the most stupid thing you've ever done.
Wait till you look for your ticket.
Oh, come on, Mary. Let's go out and eat.
Well, what about Kenny? He'll suffocate in that trunk.
Oh, that's all right. We'll punch holes in it. Come on. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting from Radio City, New York. And I hope you'll all be listening in. Well, Mary, I've got to run over to Phil Baker's show and congratulate him. I heard this was his 5th anniversary.
Well, be sure and kiss Beetle for me.
Yeah, I will. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Abe Lyman and his orchestra coming to you from Radio City, New York. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who traveled all the way from California to New York. That tipsy of the airwaves, Jack Benny.
Thank Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your little nomad talking. And Harry Von Zell, I want to tell you right now how much I appreciate your helping me out tonight. It's a grand gesture.
Oh, well, don't
really.
mention it, Jack. I only hope I'll be able to fill Don Wilson's shoes.
What was that?
I said, I hope I can fill Don Wilson's shoes.
Oh, you can, Harry, you can. But don't ever get into his pants without a compass. You know? You should see that guy.
Well, tell me, Jack, what kind of a trip did you have to New York? Did you fly in?
No, Harry. I took one of those new Streamline trains, and believe me, they are classy. I mean, they're the last word in luxury.
Yes, I heard that. They tell me the service is marvelous.
Oh, it is, although I think they overdo it a little bit.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I didn't mind when the conductor sent me gardenias. But when the porter tucked me in my berth and sang Rock-a-Bye Baby, I thought that was going too far, you know? And the candy vendor, was he ritzy?
He was ritzy, huh?
Yeah, you should have heard him. He walked up and down the aisle yelling candy, peanuts, popcorn, and annuities. I tell you, Harry, it is positive. See, it rings just like it does in Hollywood, doesn't it? Pardon me a minute. Hello? Who? No, I'm sorry, miss. Phil Harris didn't come to New York with me. What? No, I can't run home and get him. Goodbye. That's all I've heard from every girl in town. Phil Harris, is he here? Where is he? Anyway, it looks like we ought to have a lot of fun, though, tonight, Harry. I don't know whether you know it or not, but your boss, Fred Allen, is coming up here.
He is?
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. He told me he was going to an egg roll.
An egg roll? Well, maybe that's what he thinks this is.
Hiya, Jack, old boy. Welcome to New York.
Oh, hello, Lyman. How are you? Little Bo Peep is here again. With us. Oh, well.
Say, Jack, I want to thank you very much for letting me be on your program tonight. It was doggone sweet of you.
Yes, it was. It was. Please try and act like a gentleman tonight, not a gorilla.
Don't worry, Jack. I made up my mind to behave myself. I'm a changed guy.
Well, that suits me, Abe. I'm glad to hear it.
Here,
Believe
Jack,
me.
To show you my heart's in the right place, I brought you a bouquet of flowers.
Flowers?
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. Drop that bouquet.
Why, what's wrong here?
I saw Abe put a tarantula in that.
A tarantula?
Yes.
Why, those things are deadly. Abe Lyman, that's positively the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Well, gee, I only did it for a laugh.
A laugh? What a sense of humor. You're the kind of a guy who would give your grandmother a hot foot.
I do, and she loves it.
You and your practical jokes. Say, Harry, you know what Lyman did to me last summer in Hollywood?
What?
I was nice enough to invite him to my house for the weekend, and he put a shark in my swimming pool.
He did?
Yeah, I thought it was a rubber one until I started missing toes. How do you like that for a trick?
That was one of my best gags.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, Abe, just attend to your music tonight and keep away from me, will you? Come in. Oh, how do you do?
Greetings, Mr. Benny. I don't think we've ever met before. My name is Ripley.
Oh, Bob Ripley, the Believe It or Not man, huh? Well, it was awfully nice of you to drop in, Mr. Ripley. What can I do for you?
Well, Jack, you know I'm always on the lookout for curiosities of all kinds.
Yes. I never miss your program or your cartoons either. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, I would like to get a few angles on you and your work.
As a curiosity. Go right ahead.
Now, first, is it true that when you make a picture, you wear a silver fox toupee?
Yes, but only on special occasions. As a rule, I wear a subdued fright wig, like J.C. Flippin. You know, something...
Now, another thing.
Yeah?
You're a musician, aren't you?
Well, yes. Around Carnegie Hall, I'm known as Yasha.
Is it true that the strings on your violin were made from the tail of a wildcat who later committed suicide?
Well, he didn't commit suicide exactly, but he is wilder than ever now, Bob. Huh?
Now, one more question, Jack.
Uh-huh.
I understand that you were recently chosen as one of the best men in America. Is that right?
Yes, I cannot deny that.
Well, is that suit you're wearing now a sample of your taste in clothes?
Well, of course, don't go by this, Bob. You see, this is just a little lounging outfit, you know?
Oh, you mean you'd look better if you were lying down?
If he's an undertaker, I'll scream. Now, really, it isn't fair to judge me by this suit, Bob. Really, Mr. Ripley, you'd love my soup and fish.
You cook, too.
I was talking about my formal attire. Are there any more questions?
No. Believe it or not, I think I've got about all I need. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Oh, would you like a picture of me, Mr. Ripley?
No, not unless you've got 3 arms. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Harry Ripley seems to be Harry Ripley seems to be a nice chap, although his questions were rather embarrassing. Now, what would I do with 3 arms?
Well, you could play your violin and hold your nose at the same time.
I could also punch you in the eye, Harry. Well, let's go on with the show. And now, folks, our conductor, Abraham Lyman, will play... what's it going to be, Abe?
Here, it's written in this little book. Open it and read it.
Why don't you read it yourself?
If I could read, I'd get my own program.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Go ahead, open the book.
Okay. Ouch, my finger.
I knew you'd fall for that mousetrap gag.
Fine, I had to come to New York for that. Now, play your number and leave me alone.
Okay.
Now, hold it a minute. Come in.
Well, how are you, old boy? Glad to see you. Say, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Well,
Believe me, it's like old times again. Yes, sir. Say, you put on a little weight, haven't you?
Oh, a little. You know, this is rather embarrassing, but I just can't seem to place you.
Funny, I can't please you either. Goodbye.
Play, Phil, or Abe. Why don't I stay home where I belong? It's a nice new number you gave me for my New York appearance. Hallelujah, played by Abe Lyman. I hate to admit it, Abe, but it sounded all right, though. Say, your orchestra's changed a little. I see some new faces in there.
Yes, Jack, and I'd like to have you meet some of the boys. This is my first violinist, Monsieur the Mug.
Oh, hello, Monsieur.
Hiya, Toots.
Nice boy.
And, Jack, this is my piano player, Machine Gun Stokowski.
My, what name? Say, Abe, who's that new saxophone player over there?
You mean Butch?
Yes. I noticed he was scribbling on a piece of paper all during the last number. What was that for?
Well, every month he has to write a letter to the parole board.
Well, that's sweet of him to remember. Harry, that's a nice bunch of boys Abe has here.
Yes, they are, Jack. They all came in cabs, which they drove. Well, what do we do now, Jack?
Well, Harry, if I was in Hollywood right now doing this program, just about this time Mary would walk in and say...
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Why, Kate! Why, Kate Smith, you little lifesaver, you. You know, you couldn't have walked in at a more opportune time. Am I glad to see you?
And I'm glad to see you, too, Jack. Are you having a good time in New York?
Oh, wonderful. Really a swell. Kate, you know Harry Von Zell, don't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Harry.
Glad to see you, Kate.
And this is our temporary maestro, Abe Lyman.
Yes, I've met Mr. Lyman before.
Sure. Hello, Smitty.
Hey. Don't mind him, Kate. He's a little on the rough side, you know.
Don't worry, Jack. We'll get along all right. Sit down, Slat.
Well, I'm glad you're taking it the right way. I must tell you how much I've enjoyed your programs, Kate. They've been grand.
Thank you, Jack.
And by the way, Mary told me that as soon as I saw you to give you her love and a great big kiss.
How about Phil Harris?
There you go, just like the rest. No kidding, Kate. What do all you girls see in Phil?
Well, he's handsome, charming, suave.
Debonair.
Debonair? Hey, where did you learn that word?
Well, I was reading a book one day and stubbed my eye on it.
I thought so. Well, anyway, Kate, how about that kiss Mary wanted me to give you? Now, come on.
None of your lip, Benny.
All right, you don't know what you're missing. You know, Kate, I'm a leading man in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll see you out there sometime.
It's a date. You can always find me on Vine Street, right in front of the Owl Drugstore there.
Oh, say, I meant to tell you, Jack. Mary sent me a letter yesterday, and it was all about you. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, no, don't bother, Kate.
Oh, yes, I want to read it to you. Please let me.
No, there's probably
I
nothing.
will. Well, I will anyhow. Don't beg me now. I'll read it.
Von Zell, get here on
up,
time
Be
next
quiet, Jack. It reads, Dear Kate, glad to hear that you're taking my place. But as this is the first time you've ever worked with Jack, there are some things that every girl should know.
It starts out bad.
If Jack asks you out to dinner and tells you there's a marvelous floor show at the Automat, don't fall for it.
Isn't that awful?
However, if you do go out to a nightclub with Jack and he asks you to dance with him, say no.
That's
As he'll want to roll up his pants and do the minuet.
very comical. There.
Give my love to all, and I'll be sitting in front of my radio waiting for your song.
Well, that's a sweet ending anyway. Well,
I
Kate,
think
you
so,
are
too.
going to sing a number for us, aren't you?
You bet I am. Would you like to hear This Time It's Real?
Yes, sir. Abe, give Miss Smith a melodious background with feeling, harmony, and nice, smooth rhythm.
You mean I should be debonair?
Yes. And tell your guitar player to put his shoes on. Sing, Kate. Debonair yet. This Time It's Real, sung by Kate Smith, accompanied by Debonair and his orchestra. Kate, I must say that you sang just as good for Jell-O as you do for Calumet baking powder and Swan's Down cake flour.
Well,
Gee, I got them both in there, didn't I?
Sure did.
You know, Kate, I would like to reciprocate in some way. Is there anything I can do for you while I'm in town?
Oh, no, Jack. Thanks just the same.
Well, you've been so sweet, though, Kate. Really, I insist.
Well, all right. If it'll make you any happier, you can buy me a nice ermine wrap.
Well, I'll do that. I will. And now, hey, wait a minute. You mean real ermine?
Well, of course, Jack.
Well, Kate, I'd run right out and buy you one, except today is Sunday and every place is closed.
I can get one of my boys to open the store for you.
Quiet. Anyway, don't worry about it, Kate. I'll make up for this some way.
Well, that's sweet, Jack.
Pardon me. Hello? Hollywood calling? Yeah, this is Jack Benny. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Kenny. It's Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, how are you, kid? What? No, she's not taking your place. Look, Kate Smith is a star on her own program. What? Why doesn't she stay on it? Now, Kenny. I'm sorry, Kate. Now, listen, Kenny, I don't want to discuss it with you any further. I'll see you when I get home. What? Yes, I'll bring you one. Now, hang up. Goodbye. What a kid.
What does he want, Jack?
The little copycat, he wants an ermine wrap, too. I hope what he said didn't offend you, Kate.
No. I think he's one of the cutest little brats in the world.
Yeah, he is.
Listen, Jack, I'd like to stay longer, but really, I must run along now. I want to say thanks very much for inviting me up here this
Well, it's been an honest-to-goodness treat, and I'll never forget it, Kate.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Were you looking for me?
Yes, Rochester, just a minute. Goodbye, Kate, and thanks again so much.
So long, Jack. Good luck, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Well, Roch, I haven't seen you since we got off the train 4 days ago. Where were you?
I've been weekending up in Harlem. We had a gin barbecue.
Fine, I had to do all my own unpacking. What do you think I brought you along for?
You didn't say.
You're supposed to be working for me, and you spend all your time in Harlem. Suppose you went to all the hot spots.
There ain't no cool ones there.
Never mind. Now, look, Rochester, go right over to the Waldorf Astoria and straighten up my suite.
Did you move from the YMCA?
Rochester! I just went there for a swim. Now, run along.
Okay. Boss,
Yeah.
I'm having a little financial recession.
I see.
I wonder if I could have an advance on my salary.
Look, I already gave you an advance.
I want something in advance of that.
Oh, all right. Here's $5.
Could you elevate that to $8.50?
$8.50? What for?
I promised to buy my gal a sun lamp.
All right, here you are. Now, don't forget, Rochester. Don't forget, we're leaving Tuesday, so be sure and be up at the hotel. And come in. Well, look who's here. Come on in, Fred. All I need.
Me and two ass friends?
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm certainly surprised to see so many of you in here tonight. It's not raining outside, is it?
No, it's not raining, Fred. These people are all here to see me.
And you're not giving away dishes or anything, Mr. Benny?
No, sir, it's just me.
Now, look, Jack, you couldn't draw a crowd as big as this if you were a gutter on New Year's Eve.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
With running water, I'll throw that in.
Now, listen, Fred. You're here to work, so take off your coat and let's go.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Before we start this Punch and Benny show, there's something we've got to straighten out right now.
What's that, Fred?
I'm not going to open my mouth on this program, except to yawn, until you give me what you promised me last week.
What I promised you?
You know. Now, don't play possum, Benny. Hand over that Boy Scout knife.
Oh, yes, I knew you'd remember that. All right, here it is. Wait till I take the chain off.
I want the knife, chain, and everything that goes with it.
Oh, I suppose you even want this elk's tooth.
No, you can put that back in your mouth.
Well, here's the knife, Fred. Take it and consider our deal closed.
Now, wait a minute. You're not rushing me into this thing. Let me see if this knife's in good condition. There's the big blade.
Yeah.
There's the corkscrew, the fingernail file. There's the ping-pong paddle. The bottle open. Hey, what's this thing here?
That's a folding bed. Are you satisfied?
Well, I guess it's all right. But, well, Jack, my mood changes here.
Yes, I know.
I'm coming in the mood now. Have you been having a good time in New York? Have you seen any of the shows or anything?
Yes, Fred. I saw the Ed Wynn show. That was swell. I saw George M. Cohan show. That was grand. And then I saw your picture. My mood changes here, too.
There wasn't an S on that well by any chance. Well, what about it?
Nothing, Fred.
Oh, wait.
But if you got paid for that picture, and I think you did, you should split 50-50 with Santa Claus.
First time I ever saw a radio comedian who was his own studio audience. Now, listen, Jack, if you're a fine time I go on, the first show I didn't get on at all. Now, here's the second one. I'm just creeping in at the finish here. Listen, Jack, if you're referring to that screen triumph, Sally, Irene, and Alan, that picture is funnier than Don Wilson thinks you are.
Is that so?
You're jealous, that's all.
So. Did you ever hear yourself enjoy you? Oh.
Well,
jealous. Well, I made a picture last year called Artists and Models. It was a sensation. I got 85 belly laughs.
I'll say you did. You should have pulled in your stomach, too.
My stomach had nothing to do with it. It was my performance. At least I photographed well.
Oh, I suppose I didn't.
Listen, Fred, I saw a sweepstake winner in a newsreel yesterday that looked better than you did. And he was selling fish at the time.
Well, you put me in a picture with a fish, and I'll steal a picture, too. Artists and models. What were you in that celluloid omelet, an artist or a model?
I was an easel, Smarty.
An easel?
Yes.
Well, how can a weasel play an easel?
Now, listen, Fred.
Shall I slice him down, Mr. Benny?
Never mind, Rochester.
Now, wait a minute. Who is this Swami here?
Swami?
I'm Mr. Benny's butler.
Butler, hey? Well, listen to me, you Nougatine Jeeves. One more word out of you, and you'll be butling in a shroud.
Don't let him scare you, Rochester.
I ain't scared.
That's the stuff.
Wait a minute. What is a shroud?
A shroud, my untutored friend, is a windbreaker for a goat.
Oh, make way for a cow.
Rochester, you see, Fred and I'll probably have to get a new butler.
Well, hello there, Fred.
Well, Harry Von Zell, what are you doing in the enemy's camp here?
Well, I came here to help Jack out tonight. He needed an announcer.
Oh, is he going to pay you?
Certainly not. He's doing it as a favor. Of course, I will buy him a necktie or something.
What do you mean, something?
Something cheaper and shut up.
I thought so. Benny, you're so tight. You've not only got the first dollar you ever earned, you've got the guy's right arm who handed it to you.
Well, it was loose. Let me tell you something, Alan.
Hey, pipe down, fellas. You're upsetting me.
Oh, are we bothering you, Abe?
Yeah, why don't you two guys be debonair?
Abe, if you say debonair once more, I'm going to ask you what it means.
Well, how will you know if his answer's correct?
Don't worry about me. I know plenty of big words.
Look, I've got words I could cut in halves, and you wouldn't understand either half of them. Now, look, you itinerant buffoon. The only big word you know is your right name.
Well, if I did reduce it a little, my right name wasn't so long.
It wasn't. Why, your name was so long it used to take 15 minutes to write it in shorthand. And then they had to send the pencil over to the Mayo brothers for relaxation.
You should talk. When you were in vaudeville, they had to put your right name on a rubber marquee.
Now, that's vulcanized slander, Benny.
Why, you weather-beaten gargoyle.
Go on there, Mr. B.
I'll throw you out of here so fast you look like a jockey on a skyrocket.
Now, that's enough, Benny. One more crack, and I'll hit you on top of your head so hard, you'll think your feet are bookends for your head.
I'm glad you loused that one up.
I'm taking my Boy Scout knife and getting out of here.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks for coming over, you town all Buddha.
You're welcome, you war-hegan walk, you.
I'm nice enough to invite him up here, and what do I get?
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Abe?
Here's your knife back.
My knife? How'd you get it away from Alan?
My flute player bumped into him.
Oh, boy, that's marvelous. Thanks.
You want his watch, too?
Never mind. Play, Abe. With you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. I want to thank Harry Von Zell, Bob Ripley, Kate Smith, Abe Lyman, and Fred Allen for their cooperation. It was a grand gesture. And now, folks, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is the program over yet?
Just about. Say, how did you get to New York, anyhow?
I flew in. I hope I land pretty soon.
Oh, good night, Doll.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.